Hello.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Liberty Theater on this, the 27th Annual FisherPoets Gathering. We're so glad you're here.
Saturday night. I got some copies. I don't know if you saw over at the Gear Shack, but there's this little oracle deck that Sylvie and their friend made. We're gonna pull a card every hour, and it'll set the tone.
So what we pulled at the opening of this hour is the cork line, which has an image of the cork line on the surface and the web hanging down. There's an orange sky above, and there's a little star dancing along the line in some boots.
They have some things written, but you can also have your own interpretation. For me, it's just like it's corks out. But this says, it's not that deep. Focus on what you can see, what's on the surface. Fretting about how many fish are in the net or who said what isn't going to change the outcome. You are divinely held in cosmic webbing. Everything is happening as it should. The cork line is here to tell you to lighten up.
So you all are all seasoned pros at this. You know what to do. We just want to offer a couple of reminders to our audience this evening. The theater is being recorded, and we're also being broadcast on MUN FM. So thank you so much for our sound folks and for everyone participating in this tonight. Remember that there are no swears because we are live. Remember, participants, please, readers, that we are keeping each to 15 minutes. And also, in the spirit of keeping things light and also enjoying the absolute wonderful magic that is FisherPoets, we want to invite you, our beautiful audience, to enter in this space completely with us and be fully present, perhaps without a device. So, you are welcome to enter this space with phones and open your hearts to the joy that is live storytelling and poetry.
And if you can't turn your phone off because you're waiting for a call from the skipper, turn it down. Turn it down. And if you have been working for 50 years with a Jimmy, put it on vibrate. Put it on vibrate. I understand you might not be able to hear it, but like, not everybody needs to hear it. Thank you and welcome.
We are happy to invite Speakman, John Broderick to the stage. You know them and love them. Let's hear it.
Enter the FisherPoets for 20 years.
Cork line's out in the water. Guess we're going fishing. Here we go.
I know a skipper, he fishes the bay. He's no highliner, but he may work like each summer for 30 years. At the end of each winter, his cash grows low. The next season, he'll make some dough. Rounds up his trusty. They'll fish for a month or two. But first, a long list of grinding and welding, all of that freight. Oil filters, hoses, rings. Alone by the end, he sings. Get out of the boatyard. Get me back on the bay. Me and point me to Naknek. I'll get on step and I'll never look back. But first, replace your hydraulics. harbor's fees drop your yard. You'll spend $1, $2, $3,000 in the old boat yard. But I don't see any when the season is done in the old boat yard. Get me back, get me out of the boatyard. Get me back on that plane. Growing tired of cold wind and rain. I'm gonna go see a baseball game where I'll root for the home team. If they don't win, well, that's hard, 'cause you'll drop 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 grand in the old boat yard.
So I spent a lot of time in most of my childhood and observed the way the winds blow. And this is a new song. That was a new song. We like to try and do a new one each year. Yeah, first time here. Anyway, this is, most of the people think the winds blow from north, south, east, and west, but on the Maine coast, they blow from the quarters, and it's a little different setup. This is called Blow Your Four Winds Blow. From the Merrimack all the way down east to the shores of the Passamaquoddy, 4 winds prevail throughout the year in the land of the Wabanaki. Now the southeast wind, she's the wettest wind of all the winds that blow. Thick fog and rain in the summertime, she'll thaw the winter snow. So it's oilskins, patio, meet you down to the harbor. Oh, seasons come and the seasons go, for your 4 winds blow. Northwest wind, she's a clearing wind. All the fishermen say she'll blow in days on end, ups on the bay. Hey, my laddie, oh, we'll work ashore. Go. Seasons come and seasons go. It's blow your 4 winds blow. Now the northeast wind, she's a fickle wind, and the stories still abound. On the fishing grounds, so bundle up my laddie-o. Vapors thick and 5 below, seasons come. Now a southeast breeze in the summertime shall blow most every day, and all good fishermen put to sea. There's money to be made. So slack your lines, my laddie-o. Run the gear and make some dough. Seasons come and seasons go. Blow, you four winds, blow. Blow, you four winds, blow. Thank you. Yeah, it's a little different deal back there. We're used to the northwest and the south, and sometimes the southeast.
Oh, you got some words for me, Jay. Good.
Yeah, I got some words here.
I could. Well, I have the great good fortune is, well, I guess so few people do the work fishing with my family. And I've got, in addition to a beautiful daughter and grandchildren and son-in-law, I've got 4 sons who come up with their buddies and fish pretty hard with me in Shigak there. Set netting is what we do. It's you anchor a 100-yard, 50-fathom net across the mud flats and just chase the tide down, chase the tide back up. And it's if the fish are running, it's like laying a cyclone fence across the interstate. They're just charging there, and you need some hands. And I got some good hands, and they're my boys. And I used to worry about them, but it's gotten to that point where they're starting to worry about me. So that's all. Come on, Dad, hand me that line. Come on, Dad, well, you did just fine. Come on, Dad, just that's it, yeah. Grab a helping hand, that ain't a crime. Are you sure you want to go this way? In the ground there, yesterday, there's the channel, just beyond that bar. See, that's up ahead, that's not our net. Our buoy's red, Dad, settle down. Let's see where we are. Well, take these breakers nice and slow. Drive like you do when you're down below. Hand me a bucket, we'll bail, you drive. You got a line in the water on the starboard rail. I'm on it, Dad, you drive, we'll bail. Just keep this boat afloat, keep us alive. Come on, boys, let's rise and shine. To sit a spell, enjoy a mug of Zinfandel. He'll study all the stats, then play. Fish the bay southeast, Kodiak, and he still ain't had a heart attack. Still drinks coffee black, still packs a punch. Watch your feet. Oh, that's not how it goes. It goes like this. Don't touch the stack, Dad, the net's just fine. You the corks next time. Watch your feet, Dad, you're standing on the Thank you.
Watch that line.
Yeah. You can see why they got to keep an eye on me now.
That's a long way down.
Yeah, well, there's that lyrics thing.
I think
We got time to do this. We have a tradition, as I'm sure almost all fishermen do, the first fish aboard. You celebrate it, of course. And some people let them go and they get on with the season, but if I let my first fish go, Tommy rolling right behind me is going to catch it. So we honor him. We love our fish. We all do. You can tell that at the Fisher Poet. We have a tradition, of course, where we kiss first fish. Pass her around and give her a kiss.
This was a Yiddish song that was written
recognize
a long time ago. So we got some changes to it.
So listen about that tradition. Oh, yes, yeah. Well, I've had lots of jobs down below. Thought when fishing was slow. When the weather was dirty, the price only 35 cents, and the bank needed dough. But honeymoon, the sock started running in June. Each beautiful fish we greet with a kiss, then pitch it surprised to its doom. No job ever gets me as high as when sockeye started running in July. Those fish cross the roller were shortly in clover. We kissed them and then watched them die. My dear Vashon, nice to see you again. My dear Vashon, meet my deckhand. My Vashon, your loss is my gain. Yes, fish, it looking grand. I could sing belle, belle, could sing quel beau poisson. Beauty after all, I'm anglophone. Your loss is my gain. My Vashon, so kiss me and say you. Nice to see you again. My dear Vashon, meet my deckhand. My dear Vashon, is my game. Yes, fish means you're looking grand. I could sing belle, belle, could sing quel beau poisson. I could sing what a beauty after all. I'm anglophone. Is my game. I'm here, Vashon, so kiss me and say.
Next performer, it is my great pleasure to introduce for Toby Sullivan.
Can you hear me? Okay, cool. This next story is a true story as far as it goes. Thank you for that. A mile. It was daylight, barely. The difference between sea and sky and mountain still questionable. The shoreline and the greasy water and buoys and net visible only in shades of gray. Little Tolliff Monson and a third crew member had climbed into the skiff a few minutes before with 4 hours sleep. The sliver of rest was not unusual for them during salmon openings, and they did the run out to that net hundreds of times that summer and knew the routine at a level beyond consciousness. Dave Little, the fishing permit holder, was driving the skiff just enough awake to keep in the right direction and from hitting any lows. The two crewmen not falling out. Suddenly, a couple skiff lengths off the port side bow, something said, water. 9 years later, the crew member Monson would tell an interviewer, there's this neck and head, and it wasn't like your hands around this neck big. It was like your arms around this neck big. In the same interview, Dave Little would say, I saw it do its movements, but I couldn't tell you if the neck was a foot in diameter or 3 feet in diameter. It was all darkish, but I was paying in the skiff. However big it was, it didn't pay them any mind. Monson remembers this. It didn't really focus on us. It didn't look at us. It didn't make eye contact, no. And whatever it was didn't stick around. In a few seconds, it was gone, back under the water. I mean, we were so tired, it was like, did I just see that? Did we just see that? So what does he think it was? Who knows, he said. The next summer, Monson stayed behind in the holding skiff one evening to clean it out while Little and the other crew member went to pull a set. It was calm and sunny. He was crawling around scrubbing the fish totes when something hit the skiff. All of a sudden it was like, dong. The skiff lurches, and I'm like, what the hell was that? He said. There was no motor on the skiff. It was at anchor, and there were no whales nearby. He said, it was big, like a log hitting the skiff, but nothing goes dong and lurches in a skiff like that. I don't know what that was either. 30 years before that, on a sunny day in the summer of 1971, another group of set net fishermen in a skiff had also seen a large sea animal that they did not recognize. In 1977, Eddie Pakkanen, who was in the skiff that day, told the Kodiak High School oral history magazine, Elwani, that the animal was about 30 and, quote, had a head on it like a horse and would blow through its nose. Pakkanen said that another man in the skiff, DeWitt Fields, fired at the animal with a rifle as they approached it. This is Kodiak in the olden days. The animal went below the surface then and turned and swam under the skiff before surfacing on the other side. We don't know what it was, but it had a grayish color, and we couldn't see any fins, any tail, any noise. It would just come up, and you could see the head and part of the body. Another person in the skiff that sunny day, also in the Wani article, remembered recently that the animal was, quote, hanging out when they first saw it, and like Eddie Pakkanen, as the skiff crowded the animal against the shoreline, it turned and came toward them on the surface, and then about 25 yards out, dove and swam under the boat. As the animal swam 2 feet beneath the surface of the clear water. In the Elwani interview, this second witness says the animal was more like 40 feet long, quote, with a dull brown color, and it did have hair, sort of like a sea man, but not as thick. It had real narrow and long head, kind of horse-shaped, with 2 nostrils. When it came up, the head and neck and part of the back came up, with water covering the middle part, and then the tail would come up behind that. In the taken that day from the skiff by DeWitt Fields' wife, Wanda, reprinted in the Elwani magazine and interpreted recently by that second witness who was there. A long snout skims the water ahead of the eye. The nape of the neck behind the eye slopes down into the back beneath the surface, and the tail behind it just breaks the surface. Big eye, long nose, nostrils way out in front. It looks like Alf, the late 80s alien life form sitcom character. Eddie Pakkanen told his interviewer that the animal appeared around 2 every afternoon for a few months. The other person in the skiff remembers seeing the animal one more time 2 or 3 years later. His family had closed up camp for the summer and were loading their skiffs for the 100-mile run back to town. They looked up and saw the animal right off the beach. Trying to beat the tide, we would have gone out for a better look, but we were pressed. The tide was dropping. He never saw the animal again. And finally this. On April 15th, 1969, the Mylark, a 65-foot wooden shrimp boat working in Raspberry Straits, recorded something on its echo sounder at 55 fathoms that the Kodiak Daily Mirror put on their front page 5 days later with the headline, quote, "A sea monster?" The tone of the accompanying article treats the paper recording with droll skepticism, and the incident comes up on a number of websites devoted to sea monsters, UFOs, and other not quite measurable things. But the skipper of the Mylark, Chet Peterson, did some calculations and judged in apparent good faith that given the echo sounder's field of view of the ocean floor at that depth, the strange dinosaur-like object just above the current borderline was over 200 feet long. But again, who knows? This is a poem. It's just as true. It's called Waking in December. The storm hunches in the ocean steppes between the Pacific and the Bering Sea, isobars honed against the wheel of the earth, wrapped tight beneath occluding robes of cloud, waiting for Coriolis's signal to spring forth the front like cavalry or the slashing arm of Khan, a 500-mile scimitar of wind struck against the mountains of the coast. From a dream of summer, I wake to rattling snow driven against my windows at daybreak. So I fished year-round for decades, and I fished in the winter, and I'd be in town, and my kids were little then, and this was one day when my son Abraham was 4, one evening. It's called The First Marker. The day ends in the quiet darkness of a February night. From his bed in the front room, Abraham tells me some meandering tale of Miss Molly and the song he'll teach her tomorrow at preschool. And his voice tumbles like a brook after rain, but he is fading, and the sound of the rain is gaining on him. He stops talking, and I can hear him listening to the night against the window, to the wind in the spruce trees, to the lowing of the buoy off Spruce Cape, the first marker of the open sea where I go when I am not there. This poem is called September in Kodiak. Each night, the darkness advances further into the flanks of the retreating days, slashing at the morning and evening light like an army with fresh horses, riding hard beneath a crisp new flag of black sky and white stars. This afternoon it rained, and I drove out to the and saw the willow leaves are just now turning yellow and falling on the road and into Sargent Creek, and the salmon, tattered black and green among the yellow leaves, are still weeks from petering out, but the gulls are tired of eating them. This last one, I think it's self-explanatory. It's called The Things You Need. You need Goodyear extra tough boots, 2 pairs for when the ankles get holes from being folded down to dry, 2 sets of orange Grundon's rain gear, jacket and pants. Dutch Harbor Grand Gear is made, they even have pockets now. But the hoods on the Helly Hansen jackets are too small for some guys, and the dark green color is invisible at night in the water if you go over, if anything. Nothing from West Marine will last one good day. If it looks like something you'd wear on a sailboat, forget about it. Even on the reinforced Grundons, the knees will go out in a few weeks, climbing into the pots, climbing up on the back, hefting 100-pound coils of line into the pot with your knee. The crabs will grab, the sleeves will catch on the corners of pots. The picking hook will tear the sleeve on the shoulder, and it will happen a minute after you walk on deck in a brand new jacket. The smell of orange plastic fresh in the wind, the $70 price tag still flapping on the collar as you tear it off. You need neoprene wristers like the sleeves of a dry suit, at least 2 pairs, so there's warm. A couple dozen cotton glove liners. A case of green neoprene gloves, $100 a dozen, with the long cuffs that go up under the sleeves of your rain jacket so the water runs down your arm and off your fingers. You need them. because the dryer will make them brittle, because thousands of spiny opilio crab shells will scuff the rubber tips, because 100 miles of line will come out of the crab block every day and the notch between your right thumb and index finger like a fast river cutting through soft rock. Because at the end of the trip, half the lefts will still be in the drawer under your bunk, and all the rights will be trashed in a box in the entryway. And you will pick through them every morning looking for the ones with the smallest holes. You need a wool stocking hat, though it will get wet and freeze and weigh so much your neck will hurt. A military helmet liner with a little strap that snaps under your chin for your ears in February, warping up against the ice pack in the Pribilofs. A neoprene face mask for when it gets really cold, when it starts moving across the water in those spooky little wisps. An insulated Mustang suit for working on top of the crab pot stack in the wind, for chopping ice off the rails, for setting the anchor at 2 in the morning behind St. Paul, blowing 50. Make sure it's the kind with the inflatable collar that has a mouth tube to blow it up, that will keep your head out of the water if anything happens, and a CO2 cartridge that goes off hopefully, if you are unconscious, if anything happens. You need lots of hats, build caps with the logos of bars and canneries and equipment companies. Sometimes hats are lucky, but you will not keep them. They will blow off in the wind when you look up at a Coast Guard 130s going over, get ground up in the bait chopper by your friends for a joke, dropped between the dock and the boat while drunk, taken by girlfriends for souvenirs, lost. You need a pair of uptown jeans for the elbow room, a set of Gearharts for doing gear work in town, thick polypropylene socks, all of one pattern so you know whose are whose when they come out of the dryer, felt boot liners, those little blue inserts, sweatpants and hooded sweatshirts, enough to always have a dry set to put on, lots of cotton t-shirts for changing out between when you soak them through with your sweat, underwear. You need a knowledge of cookery, the ability to learn how to change the oil of 98, an appreciation for dawn, a respect for night, books about anything, brush, extra strength Tylenol, knee pads, a Walkman, Jimi Hendrix for good days and Hank Williams for bad ones, paper for letters, stamps to mail them, a calling card for the phone on the dock in Akutan, the numbers of people who will answer that phone late at night, who will listen to you breathe when you forget what you wanted to say, who will know without being told. Pictures of those people, a calendar, the memory of dry land, summer, trees, and the smell of your woman, a piece of her clothing in case you forget, plans for the future, and a plane ticket home. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. I met Toby when I was 18 years old, working on a tender. We heard a big thunk. The skipper drove it into a rock outside, and that's kind of been our friendship this whole time. Toby's been a great host. He's brought a lot of us up to Kodiak. Thank you. I'm going to read you, this is Tele Aadsen's book. She's really reading later tonight, and I meant to, Lara and I got to tell you who we are. My name's Moe Bowstern. And I'm reading something Megan Emerson wrote about you all. Being an audience is a sacred, expletive duty. It's paying tribute to hours and years of people's lives. It's a tiny glass of the spirit they've distilled out of it all, and feeling it burn and catch fire as it slides down your throat. What I need is to be there when the glass is being handed around, as the room sways and gasps and moves its feet, to witness an artist make a moment in ring out like a bell and fall silent. So we're going to do that for Nels right now. That's Megan Emerson. She wrote that, tugboat operator. Nels, do you pronounce all the vowels in that name? Okay, Nels Ure is a second-generation Bristol Bay fisherman based in Naknek in his off-season. He advocates for the salmon habitat that is the bedrock of the commercial fishing industry in Bristol Bay. I met Nels at the Red Dog in Naknek in 2021 because Melanie Brown, you can come on up, is just like the Alaska networker. She's like, well, where can we find this? What are you, Kodiak? Kodiak? And she found the connection between me and Nels and Kodiak, and my tender operator for herring is Nels' uncle. Come here.
Yeah, I did it. Wow.
Nels Ure!
Hello, everyone. Just for those of you in the audience, is this anyone's first time tonight at FisherPoets? Yes, I'm seeing some hands, hearing a little bit of cheers out there. Well, this is my first year as a performer on this stage, but yeah, thank you. I was lucky enough to have a little bout on the stage last year at the 20 Poets event during the slam poetry, or the umpteenth poetry competition, which will be happening later tonight. I usually give you a topic, some guidelines to follow, and you create a poem, and it was my first real go. Father very early in the year at the beginning of 2023, and back to coming to FisherPoets community, and very inspired to write and just get some stuff out. And so I'll be sharing with you, just to start out my set, that poem from last year. The winning poem. Thank you, Mo. I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to come up here and. Oh yeah, I won last year, guys. So here's the victory lap. This poem is titled "I Remember You." I remember you in the smell of camel blues, eugashic views of charcoal hues, the artificial scent of hazelnut coffee mate. I remember you in the splash of a granted its wish, the crack of a net strung taut in stormy sets, the purr of an idle engine, a whiff of exhaust. I remember you as I navigate these uncharted waters. I call out your name. Your voice is gone, Father. Now these tides are turbid, the water is black, it's an ocean of grief, giant waves crest aft. The loud hailer is silent as I weather this storm. The safe harbor of your lessons are memories formed. The current feels strong no matter where I go, but a fleet I've found checking in on the radio. You left a backlash in my life's net, but I've been learning to mend it, looking towards my next set. I will always remember you. Okay, that was fun. Yeah, so obviously, as you can probably tell, I come from a fishing family, and that phase of my life last year was just this, it just marked a new era in my world where the person who had charted or guided me through life, both figuratively, sometimes where I did not want to go, sometimes fishing when I did not want to fish, or was no longer there. I really started driving my own ship, but really had me looking back on how fishing has impacted my life, and outside of work and the from fishing, when you are a fisher person and you love it, it's given me so much more. I live in Naknek now, and I was fortunate enough to fall in love with a Naknek girl. Yes, they exist. For those of you who don't know Naknek, Kodiak, Gibidogabone, what is this place? Naknek is a little village of 800 people on the coast of the Bering Sea. I think it's the heart of Bristol Bay. Some people in Dillingham would be now. Is there anyone in Dillingham in the audience? Okay, perfect. It looks like we got a Naknek crowd tonight. But yes, I fell in love with a Naknek girl, and she was also a fisherwoman. She's tough as nails, and my Bristol Bay angel, so this one is about her. Bristol Bay angel. On the banks of Bristol Bay, through boatyard, bonfire, and bounty, I met a girl who would marry me. As the summer love affair began, it buoyed itself in an unusual plan. 3 weeks of preseason, left wanting more, Bristol Bay would test our connection offshore. No cell phone service near, a millennial's worst fear. While fanning flames, seas surrounded, snail mail was where our love abounded. To outlast a season through pure insistence, a difference of district defined our distance. But distance wasn't enough to curb persistence, writing love letters with tender assistance. Fingers fumbling for fish refused to stop, sacrificing sleep in separate galleys, we shared our thoughts. Letters folded tight and electric taped with precision, precious words, questions, dreams, under strangers' supervision. Infatuation with each dispatch, salty hands following letters after offloading catch. Back then, I never thought of our declarations of love getting caught. But now I see clearly how special it was to be drunk off young love, feeling the bivouac buzz. Not distance nor district could stop our hearts, but the postseason catch comparison would be a good start. That fateful summer of 2018, an epitome of Bristol Bay chivalry, our love was carried cross deck to delivery, an ocean beauty love story. That salmon season will forever be the one that had the most valuable bounty. For the night I was met with the queen salmon, the greatest catch I'll ever get. So yeah, if you guys can't tell, we wrote letters all summer and just delivered them. We trusted these people on Twitter to deliver love letters, cross districts. It was wild. I'm impressed. It really feels like a Bristol Bay love story. And so we are now married, and as you can imagine, a few years later, after 2018, we welcomed a Bristol baby into our world. It marked another huge change in life, welcoming a little one. So this one is about her. It's titled Detach E, the Dennet word for a light breeze started. The summer that she was one of the windiest seasons I can remember. I mean, I've only been fishing for 15 years, so there were probably windier ones. But for me, it was a wildly windy season, and her name is Tuli, which means wind in Finnish. Detach E, a light breeze started, the summer you came to be. Trapped on a boat while I waited for you, westerlies whipped up waves, easterlies eagerly explored estuaries. The whisper of your name on the breeze as I was blown through anxious seas. The summer you came to be, I labored away, fearing your labor days away. For back at port, a miracle drew near, our newest crew member almost here. Yet there I was amidst endless reds, wondering if I'd make it to meet you instead. Holding on for survival every day, I texted, called, trying to catch wind of your arrival. Those summer winds redirected my course. As wind bears fate while fishing, so does your existence to mine. I no longer a zephyr or tempest, a gigantic gale, gentle gust. I'll be there to help you adjust. That summer you came to be, my guiding wind, my little Tuli. And then, you have a kid and your life changes and you start thinking about, man, what does the future hold for the little ones? What are we leaving them in this world? And I think for those of us in the fishing community, plenty of issues right now. It's the graying of the fleet. There's salmon habitat issues all over the Pacific Northwest and Alaska. In Bristol Bay, that's the Pebble Mine. But once I had my daughter, in this world that really put in perspective, like, what are we leaving this next generation? So I wrote this little poem called Future Generations. There's power in collectives. It's why salmon have done so well, charging towards their future with only the next generation in mind. Despite human harvests, hatcheries, hydroelectric hindrance, they return annually, driven by biological foresight so that they may continue on. Once abundant, now limited, thousands of years of careful stewardship strained with the colonization of river systems. Now Chinook numbers are struggling everywhere, like the salmon of the Chigs and chums of YK. It's naive to think that we're not next in Bristol Bay. But what's there to worry about? We've been riding a 7-year flood. The ebb will come. It always does. And when it does, will we wonder if we could have done more? In the face of protecting our salmon relatives are the ones who embody the most resistance, fighting foreign corporations, mines, cooperatives, for these fish represent past, present, and future. Commercial fishing issues are plain to see, with the measly 50 cents offered in 2023. Russian salmon flooded markets and leftover fish from 2022 put all of us Bristol Bay fishermen in the red before we even knew. And what about the young fishers who are trying to cut their teeth? Can we combat the graying of the fleet if overhead stays high and prices stay low? How can this industry sustainably grow? Despite their decline in volume and value, salmon persist, creating new ecosystems, social and economic, deepening our bonds. But salmon lifeways are in danger as climate change makes environment stranger. History will repeat itself with the runs we have left unless we act for those not at the table yet. Salmon nourish our worlds as our responsibility must. It's time to take action for what is left the next generation inherits from us. So as Moe introduced me, she said that I do salmon habitat conservation work, and I just have to plug it right here, right now. We in Bristol Bay are very fortunate that we still have pristine habitat that foster this largest salmon run. We are so lucky because of that. At the Gear Shack and on our website, Fishermen for Bristol Bay, we have take action letters that people can sign that ask your legislators and your congressional delegation for permanent protections in Bristol Bay, which is what we desperately need to protect what we have up there. But enough with the politics. Now I will just end on a high note with just about fishing and that feeling you get when you're out there. This one's just called, aptly, That Feeling. Excitement builds as we head toward shore. There are hundreds of jumpers, maybe more. Right at the beach we go. As we set that, it seems to slow. Fish are jumping in Bristol Bay, school after school heading our way. They're running along the beach, some in the shallows, just missing our net's reach. I drink strong black coffee from my mug as I feel the fishes catch. We'll gill the ones that we get, and this one's gonna be a big set. Out of the east, a light breeze blows, scent of Labrador on the nose. Hydraulics engage as we start reeling. A jagged net is like no feeling. Cork after cork, fish pile on deck as we look for bins we haven't yet packed. The closing minute is drawing near, round hauling, an inevitable fear. We lock the roller and take our stance, preparing for a final messy salmon dance. And that's my time. Thank you, everyone.
One more time for Nels, everyone. Thank you so much.
And just a thank you to KMUN. And we miss Albert. We miss you, Albert Smith. Say goodbye. Off in the radio waves, in the ether. And just a hello to some people who couldn't be here with us, Pat and Veronica, Pat Dixon and Veronica Kessler, Clem Stark, John Van Amerangen, and our own Amanda Glandix, who had to go home sick. If you got a few minutes, go get yourself a break, go to your next place, or stay put and chat with your neighbor. Here are the poetry rules in case you want to work on your poem. We finally got someone to send them to us. 30-second limit. Has to include the words full moon. First and the last lines are different but the same. And you have to use 3 boaty prepositions or locator words like aft, abeam, starboard,
Astern.
athwart,
Sure.
above, below,
Yeah.
etc.
All right.
A bunk.
Please stretch. Take a moment. We'll see you at 7.
What about a bunk?
A bunk? Oh, yeah.
He's a bunk.
Like a bed and a bunk? It's called, here, do you guys know Quiet Coyote?
What are you doing?
Quiet Coyote.
Quiet Coyote. Oh, it has 2 ears.
Yeah. All right.
Just so you know, Coyote always swears, so this is how you swear on the radio.
Right. So we pulled the fish pick. The image is it looks kind of like a zombie hand, actually. It's like a blue hand with bright red nail polish, and it has a fish pick. And this is what this symbolizes.
The fish pick asks, what's in your toolbox? You might need more than just your hard-working hands to untangle the situation and learn the lesson. How can you ask for help when you feel stuck? Or perhaps you just need to cut it and move on. Well, that's a tough one. So that's the oracle for this hour. And our reader for tonight, starting it, is an incredible person named Lara Messersmith-Glavin, standing right here. Not everybody knows this, but my name on the birth certificate is Lara Lou.
And my name is Lara Lee.
And I met Lara in Port Bailey when she was 16 in Kodiak. So this is like more Kodiak stuff tonight. And Lara is a writer, an organizer, a priestess of the gym, a healer, a teacher, just like an engine of change and transformation fueled by desire, passion, and love. And also lots of fishing involved. So that's the fishing part. And she has a book out called Spirit Things, which I would say the hardest part about getting through it is the homesickness. Like, I just have to keep putting it down because I can't stop wanting to run away to sea. And as our friend Joy Brooks says, Lara writes like the way my head thinks when I'm fishing.
Nice.
Lara Lee Messersmith-Glavin. Hey.
Thank you so much. Just a quick thank you, too, to our friends in the sound booth, because doesn't it sound great in here? Yeah, Nevada and all of our friends, and Liv, who is helping manage the show tonight. I really appreciate everything. This sounds so nice. The reason, too, why I want us to focus on this is I have been thinking a lot about what is FisherPoets about, right? And I think this question comes up for me a lot. Every year, the answer feels different. And, you know, often it's about community, and often it's about story. And this year, for me, FisherPoets is about sound. This is a very intensely auditory art form, obviously, that we're taking part in. I don't know about you, I actually have several people in my life who are deaf or hard of hearing, my partner and my mother and many of my friends. So something that I've been thinking of is, how can we bring the magic that is this very specific form of art to our friends who do not have that same auditory access? There's a really particular magic that I want us all to be able to share. So that's our puzzle for this evening. Let's think about how we can create those spaces too. So last night I read a brand new piece, and tonight I'm going to read something that is quite old. This is from a much longer, this is a very short excerpt from a much, much longer piece called The Elements of Sound. And I'm going to read to you the section about water, because I suspect this is also about FisherPoets. Port Angeles, Washington, the death place of Raymond Carver, is a dreary little mill town on the strait that stinks of pulp and looks like heavy drinking. The sky hangs low most of the year, and the steady, dull rains trap the mill smoke rather than rinse it away. On a hill above town sits a small fine arts center. Its windows peer shyly through the dark northwest pines onto the harbor. I visited many years ago, and when I entered, it felt as if something truly unusual might be found there. I walked into the central gallery and was puzzled by its lack of art. The room was nearly blank. A wall of glass faced town, the curls from the smokestacks all but obscured from view by a dense line of trees and the relentless, streaming rain. Below the windows was a broad, raised area like a stage, covered in river stones, and vessels of every description. Bowls, pitchers, china cups, carnival glass candy dishes, highballs, iced tea jars, a plastic bucket. Each contained water, some nearly full, and others only partially so. What a weird exhibit, I thought. The effect was less that of a thought-provoking creative statement and more as if the ceiling had sprung dozens of unfortunate leaks and the docents had resorted to runs to the thrift shop to catch them all. I turned to see if there were other, more accessible exhibits to explore, and I realized I had missed the piece in the center of the room. It was a small piano. "Play me," encouraged a handwritten sign. Reluctant to puncture the gallery quiet, I looked around to see if there was anyone else to be disturbed by my tinkering. I cannot refuse any opportunity to touch or poke or otherwise interact with the display, so what the heck, I decided. I pressed a finger. The room remained silent. And I stood a moment and then reached to press again, thinking I had been too timid the first time, or maybe it was electronic and I had missed the on switch. A split second before my finger struck the key, though, I heard blink. It couldn't have been my second try. I hadn't gotten there yet. I tried a quick arpeggio, and again there was silence. And then, as if the sound had traveled across a vast canyon, blink, blink, blink. The notes were correct, but after a significant lag, and the sound, too, was strange, an unexpected kind of tone, and issuing not from the piano itself, but direction of the windows. In fact, you know what it sounded like? Water. I looked up. A complex maze of pipes lagged overhead, all reaching toward the windows, each terminated in a small, precise nozzle positioned carefully above one of the dozens of vessels on the stage. And when a key on the piano was pressed, it triggered hydraulic pressure, corresponding pipe, which then single drop into the dish, resulting in a perfectly pitched piano. Now, this object felt like it dwelled between realities, as if it had come to this gallery only as a gift from a more magical realm, a place where the speaking of the elements was commonplace. I played poorly. Snippets of music, old muscle memories moved my fingers through sequences I didn't know I still knew. Chopsticks, Belinda Carlisle, Beethoven. The lag between the depression of a key and its corresponding note was like navigating familiar terrain while blindfolded. The lack of immediate feedback was disorienting. I was reminded of wheel watch, of steering a ship where there are long pauses between when you ask the rudder to move and you see the course change on the compass. You had to trust that your key was true. The sound, too, was disorienting, like hearing your own words read aloud by someone else. Each droplet struck the water and rang with the round upward sound of a question. It was drips, just like a faucet, just like a gutter, but the intentionality of it, the effect was enchanting. Simple notes, complex ones. The music was the same as I expected in my memory, but sung in a voice so familiar and yet so unlike other instruments, like hearing the voice of the rain itself, if it had something to tell us. The sound of water moving gently is a different thing entirely than water moving fast or with force. On the beach of the Oregon coast, the restless waves crash and pull and sigh, and some find the sound relaxing, others anxiety-provoking. The thought that it never, ever stops, that it is there now, smashing and dragging without pause, whether we are there to witness its movements or not, invokes in me dread at times or exhaustion. But this is what happens when water meets the world of land and sky. Growing up in the Kodiak fleet, I slept in a bunk in the forecastle of a boat with my head roughly at the waterline. At night, amongst the creaks of lines, under tension and the talks and bangs of equipment moving with the swell, I'd hear the water lapping at the hull. It was a gentle sound, sometimes liquid, sometimes like the light slap of a palm, depending upon where the boat got caught in a trough. It was so common, this water sound, and yet I found it both familiar and full of horror. Rather than a rhythmic lullaby, the tiny dips and peaks of the wavelets pattered out to me a constant reminder of the depths that lay them. Abyss, they whispered, right here, inches away. Certain sounds are not about the transmission that creates them, but the receiver that gives them voice. Imagine that a drum talks not about the drummer, but about the skin with which it is made. The pitch and tone, the story it tells, is the skin itself speaking. The same patter on one head sounds different on another. For me, the water speaking through the fiberglass of the hull did nothing to reassure me of the boat's seaworthiness. Instead, those gentle laps and droplets talked only about the thinness of the wall that separated me from it, the impossible depth that lay beyond. Abyss. Sound moves more quickly through water than through air, its speed depending upon pressure and temperature. As the water goes deeper, it generally grows colder. When sound waves slip through colder water, they slow, which refracts them downward, bending them ever deeper. They're at their slowest when they hit the thermocline layer, where rapid changes in temperature occur. Below this layer, the pressure increases, which in turn increases the speed of the sound waves and refracts them upward. In this way, sound bounces back and forth as if trapped in a tube. These places in the ocean where sound waves bounce, refracting up and down encased by pressure, are known as sound channels. Like transatlantic telegraph cables, they allow for some underwater sounds, like the song of a male humpback whale, to travel thousands of miles without the signal losing strength. Did you know all male humpbacks within a region will sing similar songs? They copy and learn from one another. They borrow and riff and teach. Sometimes they sing choruses or duets. Distant communities may even pick up elements of other communities' songs through a form of cultural transmission. These songs range in length from 6 minutes to 30 and are often strung together in long chains, paragraphs, stories, sagas, refrains that are repeated for hours or even days. These songs demonstrate nested syntax, themes and subthemes, and a linguistic level of complexity, and also, like human languages, they evolve over time. Researchers say that once a whale song has changed, it is never repeated again. Think of this: music and language traveling thousands of miles, a tradition of storytelling and singing, of sharing and changing over time, below the surface and above. The water is both music and medium, the drummer and the drum. Thank you very much.
Lara Lee Messersmith-Glavin. I forgot to mention, we both have fathers who were in the Marine Corps, and that's where they got most of their parenting training. And I'm not kidding. We've got our next reader, Robin Koger. She even told me not to say Kroger. She claims that if she was named Kroger, she'd be a rich woman, but given the fact that she spent time on a commercial set net camp on Chiswick Island on the west side of Cook Inlet, so like northwest of Homer and across the water that you can only boat into and fly into, that's some wealth. She spent time there. She cooked and cleaned, hauled water supplies, prepared gill nets and boats for fishing, and made a lot of coffee. So she was the engine, the morale officer of that camp. Please welcome Robin Koger.
Wow, that's awfully tall. Can we make it shorter so I can see everybody? There we go. I like that a lot better. Thank you. Ta-da! Are you a pescatarian? How about you? I know you are. I am. I'm a proud pescatarian. You can ask your local librarian. You'll be shown my picture in the biggest dictionarian. You'll know I'm no barbarian. Chiswick challenges. How could I have forgotten the coffee? I'm sure we had some left over last summer. Can't find it now. It's good to be an Alaskan, where childhood friends grow up to be bush pilots, looking for excuses to fly for fun. Never been so happy to see that plane land on the beach. Time to set. Day breaks with the bongo beat of the boat pounding on the waves, mesmerizing in the surf, bounding to the sights. Openers so short. Time to set. The tempo matching my heart racing, feeling the pulse of the sea beneath my feet, the aluminum vibrating with the hum of the motor in the salt water. Our course is set. The cadence consuming our thoughts, conducting a symphony of clashing cymbals, fish and my flesh in a frenzy, too caught up in the fight to realize we are already ensnared. The date is set. Slammin' salmon, foggy skies still wet from last storm. Seas still the scent of their spawning dreams. Lucky stars, perched on a driftwood log, half buried in the sand, high above tide line, proof of the powerful pounding this world has endured, smelling of wood smoke and smoked salmon. I look to the stars and find luck dancing among them, flitting and flickering, impossible to catch. Sparks rise up to join them, creating a cascade of light, reflecting amber and silver, flashing behind closed eyelids, overwhelmed by the brilliance of chance that brought curious ancestors following currents and constellations, sailing to rocky shores, caressed by the flowing cadences of the sea. The tide comes and goes, an ancient rhythm, delivering letters never sent to descendants of determined architects, carving and sculpting collapsing sandcastles. Daydream dancing in a boat on the water, dipping my fingers in the wake, feeling the spray on my face, riding the waves like surfing on my own hippocampus, holding the bow line, swinging and swaying with the swells, daydream dancing in a coral ballroom, cephalopods and sea stars circling and whirling, glowing in seagrass gowns, glittering beneath the surface, Poseidon and me. I'm no mermaid. I'm not proud, I'm just here filleting fish, covered in scales. I'm no mermaid. Porpoising with dolphins, flipping my tail, swimming with seals among seaweed forests and coral gardens, blooming with anemones, diving and breaching, reaching for oxygen with the whales, bounding through bubble nets, chasing salmon on their return run in their zero-sum game, dying to get some where they came from. I'm not proud. I'm just a cannery girl, filleting fish, covered in scales. Spa day. Cook Inlet mud and sea salt scrub, exfoliating layers of dead winter cells. Sweating in a neoprene sauna, followed by a refreshing saltwater cold plunge. Seaweed facial wrap and a manicure of wet sand. Spa day for a crew hand. First fish. Scales surrendering to the captain's knife. Sushi served on deck, passed hand to hand in praise of Pisces, the tender sacrifice. Our world is water. Our world is water, each of us on our own island of aluminum, buffeted by waves, crashing and pushing us against our anchor lines, like nerves stretched, taut, motors and hearts running on high, forcing boats and blood through narrow passages, searching for safe harbor, with full holes over the hills and valleys, the ebb and flow, high tides and low, hoping for a good catch. Taking my turn. Hip deep in Cook Inlet, standing firm as I hold the stern to the beach, walking the boat in with the tide. Taylor, the not-so-seaworthy dog, cowering inside. Mixed drinks. Forget mud in your eye. Here's to salt in your eye. Salt spray in your face on a sunny day. Salt on your lips, enhancing the sweetness of the tangy lime wedges. Salt rimming your hands, seasoning salmon they touch. Their destiny mixed with yours, out of the drink and into the boat. Skiff skipping. Cool, cold, and frigid. The range of temperature, testing my mettle in the open aluminum skiff. Skipping over the ocean, kicking up spray, salt scrubbed and weather worn. Another perfect day. Cat's cradle. Balance the lines, braid 3, one, then the other. Hold tight. Loop and adjust just enough. In and through buoys and boats, nets and fish, none adrift. It's a life. My captain is listening on the radio right now to chatter far away, a tiff, accusations of rocks thrown in nets, and twice more with no response, then a threat and more rocks. I look at my captain, glad she is simply listening. Beauty and bone, covered in sinew, tendon, and muscles toned, hands calloused and cracked, heads hard and sure, bent knees and backs, balancing boats, fish, and fools, fighting for dollars and respect, mentoring, mothering, and mending nets against Alaska's fisherwomen. I'll take no bets. Supply and demand. We supply and demand. We supply the salmon and demand the dollars, not the cents. There is no sense in this current currency nonsense. The lines we tie. We purposely place ourselves in these places where our lives are fully on the lines we tie. Relying on each other and ourselves, we fish and hope to catch while calculating the risk. The choice is ours, hour after hour, pulling and picking pounds, weighing our choices, ticking off all that we pocket, trading a life in town, tied down. The choice is easy. Cold storage, rain down the back of my neck, mingling with my sweat, making a mockery of my slicker. Salmon in the nets, holding my hands elbow deep beneath the surface, life and death struggle. Splash and flash, black and silver, slip and flip, a meditation. Fish, fish, fish. Lines. I've got too many lines to keep track of. I've got one line tied with knots tied in it I use to keep track of my speed. I've got one line tied to the buoy I use to keep track of my boat. I've got one line I use to keep me tied to those I need. I've got one line tied to my boy I use to keep him from sowing all those wild oats. I've got too many lines to keep track of, and I'm always looking for just one more line to tie it all together. I've got one line I keep tied fine. I've got one line I walk and one I will not cross. I've got one line too many. I'm tied knots. Learning to let go. Lines drawn in the sand that disappear with the surf, malleable and impractical on an island. Barely fishing. Bare, walking the beach where we blazed last night, trying to set nets today. Treasures. Odalisses and mermaids' purses, driftwood and sea glass, downcast my eye to catch what the sea casts aside. Beaches bejeweled and bedecked with jellyfish and sea stars, treasures for those who seek the tide. My secret pleasure. How do I hide my secret pleasure meant only for myself when it's filling the air? Nothing to do but share. The smokehouse full of salmon fulfilling their life cycle over crackling alder, transitioning from soft pink to rare red to hard russet. Succulent. Their unctuous, luxurious decadence moisturizing my fingers with their essential oils. My greed and gluttony evidenced by my smacking lips. And finally, once their flesh is devoured, leaving only their skins sizzling in my frying pan, filling my house with my favorite perfume. Oh, the fish. Thank you.
One of the things that I value so much about the Fisher Poets Gathering is the range of styles. And I feel like listening to Robin is like being smacked with jewels, right? Just da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's like, it was awesome. I love that. So one more time for Robin Koger. Thank you. Our next performer, I'm excited to welcome up. For the last 20 years, Rich Bard, who lives near Seattle, has been a freelance captain, moving boats along the coast and across various oceans, including the Atlantic, the Caribbean, the South and North Pacific. His longest sail without seeing land was 4,800 miles from Japan to Seattle in 28 days. Ah. In his view, however, this occupation is nowhere near as honorable as the prior 25 years he spent salmon fishing in Washington and in Alaska on his steel trawler, the Anna. So Rich is now the author of 3 books, 2 novels, and 1 true, more or less, about salmon fishing and about some offshore calamities. And I also happen to know personally that Rich Bard is one heck of a cribbage player. So come on up, Rich.
Might be true. Yeah. Yeah, good, perfect. Beep. To start, I'm going to follow my policy of reading a fable out of this collection called Sayou Blue. Done it for 5 years, and if I read them all, I think I'll get them done by the end of this century. This one's called Big Trip on a Short Railway. Chuck and I were standing next to a Volkswagen engine in Yakutat at Leonard's Landing, thinking. The engine was thinking, wishing it was still in a VW bus, driving around New Mexico, looking for hot springs with a free-spirited couple and a golden retriever, instead of working a job here in rainy Yakutat, pulling a rickety boat cradle up and down some improvised rails. The engine's job was to turn a shaft, which turned a belt, which turned a cable winch, which hauled the cradle up the railway to where a boat sitting in it could be worked on. The Anna, my trawler, was currently sitting in the cradle with its new stern bearing. The old bearing, having for years been up to the challenge of keeping the propeller shaft in line, had lost its grip. Without its restraint, the propeller shaft had been clattering around like an anarchist and shouting crazy slogans. Up the revolution, to the barricades, the apocalypse is near, cue up the flight of the Valkyries. Anarchy in your boat's propulsion system has its drawbacks. And I'd been glad I could get a new bearing flown to Yakutat pretty quick, and even gladder to find the small railway that Chuck ran, a little ways past the small boat harbor. The next closest place to haul out was 200 miles away in Hoona. And by the time I'd made it that far, the anarchists would have prevailed, redistributing the wealth and seizing the engines of production and maximizing inefficiency. Chuck was thinking about the undersized drum brake he used to slow the cradle when it was going back down toward the water. He'd never hauled a boat as big as the Anna before, and now that he knew she had a tendency toward anarchy, he wanted to make sure things didn't get out of hand. I was thinking about this too, but also about my crew, Brad, who was up in the pilot house getting ready to cook dinner. Brad was an excellent deckhand and a stellar person besides, and we'd become friends. And now I thought it might be kind of fun to not tell him we were going back into the water until the boat started rolling down the rails. Let's get a line and tie my truck to the cradle and you can brake as she goes down. That should keep it from getting away, Chuck said. This sounded like a good idea. The truck was a big king cab pickup with traction tires. So we tied a bowline through hook under the front bumper and ran 100 feet of heavy nylon down to the cradle and tied it off, and I got in the truck. Brad's dinner regimen called for tossing a bunch of onion and garlic into a hot oiled frying pan. The big cloud that attended this procedure made your eyes tear up. This put me off at first until I realized they were tears of joy for how good a piece of fish would taste after it absorbed all that flavor. Now I saw the cloud come out of the wheelhouse door, and some of it drifted in the window I had open so I could hear Chuck. My stomach began to growl like Pavlov's dog, hoping it wouldn't take too long to get the Anna in the water and squared away so we could eat. Here we go then, yelled Chuck as he eased the winch brake, and my hope for a quick trip came true. The Anna gathered a little speed, and then a lot more, and the brake began to smoke and slip, and the Anna went faster, and the rope to the truck came tight, and I tried braking gently and hard, and neither way worked, and the cradle charged down into the bay, dragging the truck, and went off the end of the railway, and the Anna hit the water with a big splash like a newly christened battleship. Her stern was in Yakutat Bay, and her bow pointed toward the sky as if beseeching heaven. Mayday, Mayday, she seemed to be saying, on the chance that heaven was occupied with some other business. I jumped out of the truck, which had stopped with its front wheels barely in the water, and waded down the railway and climbed up the cradle onto the boat and loosened the lines, and she slid smoothly off and regained her normal floating position undamaged, except for the skillet, which, in a fit of terror, had leaped off the stove and lost its load of garlic and onion. We started the motor and moved out deeper and got the anchor down. Brad began fixing dinner again, and as he sliced a new onion, I explained how I'd thought surprising him would be kind of funny. After some pondering, we agreed that even though the joke had gone a little off script, it was still a pretty good one. Not true at all, just like all the others. Fable. I wrote this next poem a lot of years ago for a friend's memorial service, and I bring it up and do it again every few years because it makes me feel good to think about Matt Pollock, who fished a troller, 50-footer, solid, good old design. And he was a pleasure to be around on the ocean or on shore. So this poem is called For Matt. The fleet's strung out along the 100-fathom curve, shut down and drifting for the night. The boats roll wildly in a choppy, wind-swept sea, mast lights swaying on the horizon. I gaze out at the lights before I go to sleep. It's comforting to know there's friends out there. Companionship is vital on a world so cold and deep. But now there's one less light on the horizon. And damn, it was a bright one, Matt. You made the radio shine with your raft of trippy stories that you tell to pass slow time. Your philosophic attitude was always there at hand for those for whom the struggle sometimes seemed hard to stand. Your ready wit, your curious mind, your conscientious view of what we're doing to our world and what we ought to do. Boy, howdy, Matt, the VHF seems empty without you. I know your spirit's still around and won't fade easily. I know you'll live on in our hearts and minds. And I hope to God you're sailing on some ocean I can't see, but I still miss your light on the horizon. So I was thinking about waves, not so much wind waves, even though they can provide as much drama as you'd ever want when they get strong and muscular and sharp and steep. I was thinking about what they turn into when the wind blows over a really long fetch, which is what we have here in the Pacific. You look out, there's hundreds, thousands of miles that wind can keep pushing these waves up and consolidating them into a longer, larger wave. And sometimes when it's calm and you're out there and you look around, you wouldn't notice it, but even though the waves, the swells, might be measured in only inches of amplitude and 20 or 30 or more seconds of period, they're still there. And it's my belief that you spend enough days out there in a year and enough years, these swells work their way into your soul. Physically, mentally, soulfully, they become part of you. And when you're on land for a certain amount of time, you start to crave them, being out there again, feeling that rise and settle. So I wrote this sort of a ballad about the swells and also about a couple of friends. All she ever wanted was the feel of salmon's power, flowing up the leader to her hands as she pulled it toward the boat, and the lively motion of the deck beneath her feet, sensuously rolling in the long Pacific swell. All he ever wanted was a lover and a friend, someone to share the work by day, to hold warm and close at night, someone whose dreams were so like his they'd make them all come true, lost in love on a fishing boat in the long Pacific swell. All they ever wanted, that this life go on and on, each day filled with promise at the coming of the dawn, that the sun and the stars and the living sea would hold them in their spell, carried in the rhythm of the flowing tide and the long Pacific swell. Summer and fall, the years go by, they know they've spent them well, harmonized with the salmon runs and the long Pacific swell. Thank you. See you again next year with another fable.
All right, we're halfway through, y'all. Thank you very much, Rich Bard. I don't know if you guys watch people when the fishermen and women and people, as we tell our stories, so many of us do this because we have to call that swell into our bodies to bring it out to you. So thanks for being an amazing audience for this portion of the set.
We've got, what time is it? 8 minutes?
Yeah,
Just kidding. We have
almost the whole 15.
Almost 15 minutes.
So do whatever you need to do. God, that was beautiful. I know there's Creaky. That's my new buddy.
I love you.
I know. She's a girl. Her name means it's Primo. It means big heart. And
That's the mic they're probably going to use? Okay. All right.
We're good.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Oh, we got a little card. All right, it's 8. For those of you who just joined us, please silence or turn off or put your phones on vibrate. Everybody else did great, so you all have something to live up to.
You guys are killing it as an audience, by the way, tonight.
100%.
Fantastic job.
100%.
Amazing.
Keep the compliments coming. The Oracle card from the Back Deck Oracle by the people that brought us Bristol Baby Zine is the seal. So it's a blue and indigo sea with the traditional seal head popping up.
It's
And
quite silky looking, really.
Sure.
Yeah. The seal happens to be the greenhorn card.
Oh.
It presents you with predicaments that test your ego and your patience. But try not to tumble into a spiral. Your task now is to admit what you don't know. But don't let that dim your enthusiasm. The playful seal pops up to remind you to be humble, to have humor, and sometimes there is strength in playing the fool.
Which brings us to our next performer. I always think of Dave Densmore as playful.
But certainly not a greenhorn.
Never. Actually, I think gave birth, came out in a little tiny canoe.
Yeah.
That he then continued to outgrow. I've had the pleasure of sharing the stage with Dave in the East Coast and here, and he has been showing up with his notebook of poems. We both fished out of Larson Bay. We have now got 3 Kodiak legends on the stage. And Dave is so well known that my friends who have never been on a fishing boat and are vegan are like, tell me the one about the raspberry ice cream. So, welcome, Dave Densmore, the legendary.
What's that? Got a good height for you? Yeah, that's fine. Good evening. This first poem I wrote, let's see, when did I write it? Not very long ago. Well, I guess I wrote it last fall or last summer sometime, but you know, we, in commercial fishing, my profession, it's not an industry to me, it's a profession, is got a lot of trouble now. There's a lot of guys falling by the wayside, but there's some of us that are, we'll live and die by fish prices and by tide. And there's people that fish and there's fishermen to the core. Sometimes one tends to flounder when you're blocked on every turn. You wonder if the ones who left knew something you refused to learn. Like the guy who went to tugs. Boy, his four-wheel drive is nice. Well, every trip in your old truck's a venture on thin ice. Or the guy who now works the mill, just built a new house last year. Your old house needs a new roof, but damn, you got to buy new gear. And as the icy driving rain finds its way beneath your oil skins for another cold, wet day, you think of a friend snug in a warm teaching job who said he just couldn't afford to stay. Well, can't really blame him for pulling out. There's so many chaotic management schemes around. Some just want stability in their lives with incomes predictable and sound. But can't help but see the look in their eye, though they say with a big brave grin, I'm doing fine with lots of dough. But yeah, I'm an ex-fisherman. So you keep grinding on at peace with yourself, though your fortunes run hot and cold, because you're not about to give up an essential part of your soul. So you may at times seem to flounder when high expectations turn out to actually be quite poor. Just keep the faith and hold your pride, because you're a fisherman to the core. Thank you. I've fished pretty much all my life, and I bought my first boat when I was 13 out of Falls Pass. I was running king crab boat by the time I was 23. The superintendent told me at the time I was the youngest king crab skipper in the Bering Sea, and I still had a lot to learn, but I pulled it off, I guess. But I'll tell you a funny story about that. When I was 12, I was running power skiff out of Alatak, south end of Kodiak, and the boats we had then were small and real primitive, rough. They're all just little native boats. There was nothing fancy. There wasn't much fish around those days. And sitting in a skiff one day, and this big, beautiful, white, trimmed in Norwegian green piece of heaven come by. It looked like it was about 200 foot. It was 80 feet, but it was huge. And I sit there in my little cracker box skiff on the end of the net, wet and cold, and looking at that boat thinking, I wonder who's on there. I wonder if they're angels. A boat that beautiful, it can't be mere human being men. That was when I was 12. 23, I was running that boat in the Bering Sea. Anyway, it's been a damn good run. It's been a good life. I've seen some ups and downs, and so I wrote this little poem. It's called Heaven and Hell. Well, I've seen both sides of what life has to offer. From a fisherman's perspective, it's true. But it doesn't seem there's a whole lot of difference in what life offers to me or to you. On the surface, things may seem different, but think of your personal highs and lows, the emotions and feelings in your own life, and the analogy you will know. Heaven's weather, calm and sunny, with a fishing pace real fast, grinning crew and boat a unit, occasionally hearing someone laugh. Or just a special lady for a crew who's tuned to fishing ways, sharing those soft oceanic nights and hard driving fishing days. Yep, that's a little slice of heaven. Probably as close as I'll ever be. But when it comes complete with an angel, that's close enough for me. Hell is divorce and alienation, such a slippery downward slide. Seemed I'd never regain my feet, no matter how hard I tried. Or being so stoned on life and watching time slipping too damn quickly away. Sometimes it seems for every hour of happy, there's always heavy dues to pay. Like searching the cold Alaskan waters for the body of my precious son. I knew right then and there my dreams had just come undone. I may not yet have been to hell, but I can tell you all for sure, I stood there at its portal, looking through its open door. I try to tell myself it's all just life, and though at times it can be hard, guess there's always dues to pay if one wants to live at large. And living large is the only way I've tried to taste it all, whether riding high and mighty or taking a nasty fall, whether loving full or feeling pain that you can hardly stand. At least you know you're completely alive and still standing as a man. The secret seems to be never give in, even when all you have left is pride. Lose your pride, there's nothing left. Might as well have just died. My dad used to say, when at the end of your rope, just tie a knot and hang right on. Keep the faith and hang right in there, because the good times will be back along. Sometimes one tires the struggle and craves to simply coast along for a spell. But the troubles just make it so much sweeter when you're back to doing well. Guess I'm talking mostly to myself as I spout this bit of philosophy, because I've found my greatest enemy and ally is in fact actually just me. Thank you. Anyway, I've been a commercial fisherman all my life, as I said, and I wouldn't trade my life with its ups and downs, wins and losses for any other. And so maybe this kind of explains the pride a little bit. Commercial fisherman. So he tells you he's a commercial fisherman. You say unknowingly, oh, that's nice. But what you may not understand, that pride comes with a very high price. He may speak of 20-foot seas or a boat that nearly went down, but you seldom see the sense of loss at memories of close friends gone or drowned. Or you may think perhaps the stories are stretched a bit for drama's sake, but his scars and the look in his eyes are impossible to fake. There may be one or more divorces. Long absence means some things are hard to keep. So it may be shrugged off with a joke or a curse. Still the pain runs mighty deep. Balancing the books against high overhead and lower prices seems his efforts are worth less all the time. The bank cares not about sleepless nights or flying spray or icy rime. The thoughts of all the family time he's missed as his children grew with just memories of a father mostly gone, fishing, working as far off distant seas. 2 short nights in narrow bunks, forcing tired muscles back to work, bills to pay, others depending, grinding on, no excuse to shirk. Some need booze or pot or a woman in every port to help blot out the pain and fears. But just keep the faith and keep on fishing has carried me through my share of heartache and tears. You probably won't hear much about the camaraderie of men sharing a hard, dangerous way of life, or the deep satisfaction and joy of a good haul. We're misfits in the world of 8 to 5 strife. So why would anybody want to do it? I guess there's many reasons why some try, but for us true fishermen, it's simply a calling. There is no simple reason why. So when he tells you he's a commercial fisherman, and you respond so unknowingly, "Oh, that sounds so nice," please understand that here stands a man who has somehow, sometime, paid a mighty high price. Thank you. That's to all my brothers and sisters that are out there. This last one I wrote a couple years ago. I was shocked at the number on my driver's license. So I had to set things right, God damn it. It's called Long Traveled Man. I'm refusing to grow old. I'm just a young man that's traveled far. At times I've danced with the devil who sent his demons with me to spar. Yeah, I've been down some rocky roads, only saved from disaster by amazing grace. And the ever-present knowledge that in the end, it'd be myself I'd have to face. Oh, there's been success and heartache. I've seen both the high and the low. Been times I wished I could forever stay, and other times I couldn't wait to go. The trail of life stretches long behind and grows ever shorter out ahead. But I'll not change the way I am, 'cause old is a number, someone said. The body may be wearing out, and time's left its scars upon my face, but the spirit of youth burns on. Some things time just can't erase. No, there's really no difference between 70 and 30. Why is there a magic number when lusty becomes obscene and dirty? No, I can't really feel any different, except now more aware of what it takes to actually find the peace and joy, and the difference simply pleasing others makes. You have fast cars and pretty women, roaring bikes and rock and roll. Where's the rule says I must forget and stop and grow gracefully old? Old shit. I'm not an old man trying to recapture that feeling of being forever young. No, I'm just a long-traveled man doing what I've always done. So if I dive into some adventure that seems I'm chasing a distant star, well, I'm just that self-same man that is simply now traveled far. Thank you.
Dave Densmore. I like the power of his words. He always paid me the biggest compliments when I would read, and he would say, "You make me homesick, Moe." Writing about Larson Bay. Our next, I just want to say, how many people know the experience of sitting waiting to deliver and having a tender drive up, or driving up on a tender? We got one, two, we got a few, not many of you. So a tender is our connection to the shore. They take our fish, they weigh our fish. Once we give them to them, they're responsible for them. They keep them cold. They give us groceries. They used to give us the weather before there was internet. They would flirt. You could get on board and use their bathroom sometimes. Sometimes they would let you use their very strong hose. They are someone else to talk to. Skippers can go over there and complain about the crew. Very important. So I just want to say, yeah, well, I was working on a tender when every delivery you got a 6-pack of Rainier, vitamin R. And I will say that Coyote Bowers he made 2 6-fish deliveries a day. 1 fish for 1 beer up inside Packer's Spit. We had to tell him that wasn't okay after a while, but we were like, there's just so much beer on the boat. And they're like, yeah, but think of the children that Coyote is babysitting. So imagine, if you will, you're waiting to deliver, and Mariah Warren comes up to take your fish.
Oh, I think so. I'm short, but this might get short also. I also spent a lot of years in a lot of fisheries delivering to tenders before I became a tender captain, and so always really appreciated getting to fill that role in the fisheries. Thank you, Mo. The first piece I'm going to read, I suppose it was the first piece of fisher poetry I ever wrote, because it was the first year I was a fisherman. I wrote it for my captain on the event of her birthday, or trolling, and I called it Ode to Ching, a sonnet in the Shakespearean form. When wayward breezes whisper words of spring, and freedom calls my wandering heart to rove, I put to sea on the merry Madam Ching, a pirate ship that sails from Elfin Cove. The pirate queen who flies beneath her wing pulls plunder from the silver salmon runs. She's married to the blue-eyed salmon king, and on the sea they've raised 2 pirate sons. Long after folks of weaker stuff run home, she charges in where sporties fear to tread. With great aplomb, she roams where combers foam and finds the fish and bops them on the head. I'm proud to be her scurvy sea dog crew. Dear Deborah, can I grow up just like you? The second one I wrote for my friends Glenn and Christine on the event of their marriage. I had gotten to know them when he was commercially diving on a boat I was working on, and she came aboard as his topside tender, the person who, tries to keep the divers alive. So, then they got married. I called it Love Me Tender. When Glenn and Christine set to sea, intrepid and in love, he was her dauntless diver darling, she his tender topside dove. And through the vagaries of life afloat, with storms and dirty socks, and only grumpy muffled roars from Glenn's communication box, through wind and sleet and blinding hail, it could not be denied. Through all we do, she always knew her place was on Glenn's side. She came to comprehend our friend, each aspect of his charm, and yet, despite the means and motive, she never did him harm. Today we see the revelry, our dearest groom and bride, and celebrate one knot, at least, most elegantly tied. A blessing for the plucky pair, and this is how it goes. May he always mind the comms, and may she never kink his hose. This one was on the Albacore grounds. I fished with Heather Sears on a boat called the Princess. She ran an all-women crew. We sometimes called the boat Girl Island. And then our running partners ran a boat, our running partners and my Captain Heather's boyfriend ran a boat called the Island Girl, and so I wrote this for them and called it From Girl Island to the Island Girl, a rhapsodic reverie. So Heather turned the wheel west. She smiled with a sigh. I won't lie, the guy has me impressed. The ocean here is lonely, and I miss that voice. I've made my choice. The static and the silence are too strange. We'll run until we're within range of the island girl boys. Down below the blowing seafoam, you can hear a fearful noise and a tuna tune, all in the tone a supplicant employs. We're more than merely nervous. They aim to cook and serve us, freeze and thaw, and then hors d'oeuvre us. And we know that they deserve us, but Poseidon, please preserve us from those vicious and bloodthirsty killer island girl boys. No attributing this to our siren wiles or any wishes we may have to learn your hot spots or get lucky with the fishes. But we fawn upon your prowess so and envy your cool poise. Ambassadors to Tuna Town, we know you merely say, renounce the briny deep for the briny hold, come join the fold. And the fish don't have a choice. They must obey the island girl boys. No others could equate. You are the true masters of bait. You debonair and dashing, gaff hook wielding and throat slashing, dangerous yet rather cuddly, artsy craftsy and quite studly, connoisseurs of the sea's fine piscine joys, you island girl boys. Please don't die at sea, my friends. Life always ends, but it doesn't have to yet. There must be better reasons than for just one more set. Consider factors such as wind speed, duration, and fetch. Consider, if you die today, how many fish you'll never have the chance to catch. Please don't die at sea, my dears. Tell the story someday instead, over burgers and beers, about the time the storm called your name and you chickened out. The kids are listening. Those are the times they need to hear about. Remember your heroes, those storm-gray, bright-eyed women and Poseidon-bearded men? I know we all do. Please survive, so someday you can be a grouchy, salt-encrusted, wise, and inspiring old-timer too. Please don't die at sea, my loves, when rigging screams and the breakers roar, and you know it should be the last set, and someone suggests just one more. Think of your loved ones. Think of me. Please don't die at sea. Bill and Billy showed up in the bay on a bright yellow cruiser named the Zoomy. Bill was tall and lean and wore an old wool sweater with holes, his extra tufts patched with dingy glue. He was quiet and circumspect, smiling shyly through a deep tangle of beard, mostly with his eyes. He said his wife started drinking hard and hitting Billy, so it was time to go. Billy was 5, always hugging his dad's skinny leg as together they closely watched the world. We took them in from the beginning, played with Billy in the dirt of the yard, washed his face, pushed him on the rope swing. He never spoke of his mother that I recall. Bill Tyler didn't speak much of the past. He melded into Edna Bay life as much as anyone could, a jumbled handful of misfits finding their place at the far edge of the world, the fringes of society, the gray or blue of the Pacific, just through a few small islands to the west, and beyond that, nothing of dirt till Japan. It was on guessing. My dad showed him purple shamrock growing in our yard, said it was supposed to be lucky, and Bill said he didn't believe in luck anymore, though maybe he still believed in love. I pondered those two concepts, pushing Billy on the rope swing, trying to decide which was more dangerous to believe in, which more demonstrably false or true. We were caught up in a square dancing craze the year I was 12, turning 13, the year Bill and Billy came to town. Half the community showed up, and twice a week through the fall and winter months, rallying to dubbed cassette tape bands, stomping the floor of a rickety shop Jack Rogers built next to his sawmill out of rough-cut planks. 4 couples to form a square, and occasionally we had enough for 2. It was the most social our little fishing town had ever been, the most in sync, while the moment lasted. Bill was alone, and I had no partner, so we got paired a lot. He was a good dancer, understated but quick in his patched shuffling boots, warm calluses of working hands, curls mopped under a stocking cap, chuckling behind his round glasses. Allemande left, Allemande right, back to your partner, grand square. The little kids played together in a corner, making up stories of their own. Bill toured us around the Zoomy once, a lean wooden hull, not designed for fishing, but for some other time and place where folks cruised sheltered inlets, just for fun. He said that boats were 4-dimensional, larger on the inside than the outside, and the Zoomy more so than most. I've thought of that ever since, spanning the carapace of planks and fair curves with my mind's eye, then stepping inside to find that extra dimension. I quote Bill Tyler, wanting to give fair credit, wondering who all remembers him anymore. After he was gone, the Zoomy stayed too long tied to the outside dock and sank at least once before getting towed off to deep water or some quiet cove. Bright yellow splinters at the high tide line somewhere, faded now by the years. Bill was a chill guy and strong, the deckhand everyone needed. He left Billy ashore with the square dancing family and trolled a bit before the dive fisheries found him. The kind of guy you'd want topside, making sure the anchor held and the air kept flowing. December 13th, 16 years later, somewhere outside Hecata Island where the ocean rolls in and stacks up on the reefs, I clawed in blackness for the top of the ladder. The world lay on its beam ends, taking breakers fully over, silver glint in the running lights of the cabin top lockbox with the survival suits. The boat screamed. There wasn't time for thinking, but I had a flash then of Bill and his harvest divers, lost off Doll Head where the ocean rolls in and stacks up on the reefs. Nothing found but a tote lid and an oil slick, and we had a moment, Bill Tyler and I. Just another guy you could trust with your air supply, trying to keep the diver dudes safe and make it home when the long trip's over. A boat's 4-dimensional, and you can get lost in there, folded into the fabric of memories and places that don't exist anymore. One day you may duck through some battered companionway, slip into unfamiliar realms, and never find your way back out. I still dream of the equity sometimes, rising from the breakers where we left her that December night, broad decks shining again, and her rigging strong. A boat to her crew is everything. She's a friend. She is home. She is the breath you hold in your lungs when you dream of drowning. How do you let go when there is nothing else but the cold ocean? Maybe luck gets rolled up like a survival suit, arms wrapped around its knees, pushed away somewhere inaccessibly deep. Maybe love is a life raft, origami folded in patient darkness, waiting for its moment to be deployed. Just because it couldn't save you doesn't mean it wasn't there. The chasm between who survives and who is lost opens up in a moment. A corroded zipper splitting between the life you left behind and final moments in a winter ocean, between loved ones back home and the person they'll remember as the years slip by. I clung to the top of the ladder, braced between one sock foot and one extra tough, pulled on in the only time I had, the phrase in my mind, to die with your boots on, and launched myself toward the suits. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we just take a skill inventory? That was high. Mariah Warren, just to remind you all, has been a troller and a longliner and a seiner and a commercial dive harvest operator and a captain of a tender and controls many prose and poetic forms and meters. One more time for Mariah Warren, please. And speaking of poetic forms, I'm really excited to invite a remarkable poet to the stage. One of my favorite performers, Steve Schoonmaker, is from Kasilof, Alaska, has spent 40 years fishing commercially and is currently fishing out of Cordova, drift gill netting for salmon. And you know what? This is his 15th year at the FisherPoets gathering. So let's welcome Steve, please.
Wow, what a theater, huh? Man. Well, in the context of what Moe was saying earlier, you might understand when I say a few years ago, Mariah was my tender woman. She took my fish. I fish out of Cordova, like she mentioned, and in the springtime, in the early part of the season, we fish on the Copper River Flats. You know, it's a big delta, and then the ocean out front. That's a time when we can get kings, too. You know, it's getting harder, but that's the king time, and this poem is about during that time. It's called Chrome. Listen to the rhymes of the mountains, to the shine off the sea, to the blue ocean's breath, to the clouds in the breeze. Listen to the color of the sky, to its wet, to its dry, to the gulls soaring by. Listen, try. To the colors of the sea, to that color change, plea. Oh, I may be nuts, but with my guts, I'm listening to the rips running free. Listen to see where my net should be, straining the sea for $1. Gilled at the collar, wild as a squall, or something much smaller, still wild in me. Yeah, that's when I see. Brown against blue, Pacific meets slough, Copper River runs through. Mountains wide on a scenic side, splitting the view, calling them through the new morning's pink, through the ground swell's brink, breaking in two, surf, thumping, lumping in from the blue. Chrome spotted things, Grass Island kings come to renew. Oh, the shoreboards sing too, and your instincts bring you. Shh, sand at your keel, goes the net off the reel. Feel the breeze off the flats, your town pressure's slack, your predator's knack. Listen to the corks as they clack. You're back, fishing, listen, roam, beach rolling foam like a king. So led to this set, wound in the net, bound for a jet's roaring drone. Slapping tails to vapor trails, so nearly home. Killed for the buyer, grilled on the fire. Chrome, so juicy with fat. Stopped where you're at. Listening, yeah, listening for which way to roam. Chrome. It's a very special it's a very official salmon, the king salmon. Well, I got another one. As you might guess, it's a fishing poem. It's about fishing people. You know, and it's not just fishing people. It's people who experience the ocean, you know, coastal people. It's called Who Can Say? Who can say what starts and ends? Who can say what all depends on weather's winds and rivers' bends? On time that tests what's going to break or bend? Who can say what roots the seed, pulling us out from the land's safety? Learning to stand at a bended knee, bracing the pound of a living sea. Oh yeah, simply feeling what fear can bring. To live in life is such a tiny thing. Got no flukes or fins or seagull wings. Upon an ocean so uncaring of what survives, but everything. Who can say but you and me? Filling our lungs with that ocean breeze, and it's reaching our brains in such braided streams for thoughts to kill, to meet our needs. With our land-born mammals' tendencies so evolved, yet still bound to the sea. I'm talking about you and me. Who can say what those herons see? Yeah, if salmon dream like you and me. Maybe of orcas spray, or of sea lion teeth, or of natal streams and spawns release, or our seines and our gill nets and our girdies turn, our crab lights glare like our engines burn, but who can say what us humans learn, and how to catch and how to earn? Well, who can say but you and me? Filling our lungs with that ocean breeze, and it's reaching our brains in such braided streams with blood that's red, just like our fisheries. Oh, the simple truths like some food to eat. Who can say but you and me? Working the tide as life competes from outer space to some city street, to a marketplace so beyond the breeze, where fishing people are meeting the needs with their land-born mammals' deficiencies. Got hands and fingers, not sea lion teeth. Who can say but you and me? Maybe not buyers or brokers or their companies, but really most of the people on the street with normal lives lived annually apart from risk like you and me. Who can say but you and me? Maybe we'll face some winters sort of hard and lean when the summer runs leave vacancies in our nets and our holes and our mouths to feed. Yeah, but who can say but you and me? The kind with boats at the wild salmon meet, where spacious blue horizons greet each life and death like one complete. A mortal man where some fish should be, out there sensing unknown secrecies, just trying to make a living, straining the sea for a gill net or a seine or some other means. Who can say but you and me? Filling our lungs with that ocean breeze, just reaching our brains in such braided streams for thoughts to kill to feel our needs. While we're learning to stand at a bended knee, bracing a pound of a living sea, where life and death is simply one complete. Who could say but you and me? Who can say? Thanks. This next one, it's semi-autobiographical. I started in Kodiak too, first on a crab boat in the early 80s. And then I started coming to FisherPoets, you know, and I started writing poetry. And I thought, ooh, I can connect all that right to here. And it's called Out Within. Out within the ocean's moods, in within a dawning, pounding docks, wet Kodiak, with a misty future spawning. All the barroom fish job trawling. Oh, in the wasted wise, so romanticized. I could hear what has been calling. Well, I could hear what has been calling out rusty speakers blare, like megaphones in captain's tones speak salty diesel air. Hydraulics groan and engines drone to decades of disrepair. crab block soundtracks to wear. In the coils of the line, in the life on the brine, in the shine of the wet rusted layers, in the grind of the 10% shares. Well, I could hear what has been calling in rolling stones. And George Thorogood's set tones above a bad to the bones, with Marley and Skinnerd and Dire Straits gold, cassette tapes and joints and decks of wash rolled. Over those minor chord moods of the crabs in the hold. Yeah, stacked and still live and a way to be sold to the beats of the rock and the prop pushing load. Well, I could hear what had been calling. Long lining the briny cold, in the hooks the surface showed, in the bait that turned to gold. Cash cold as my hands steady doling out poke ice to halibut, to that faint rock and rollin', below that herring bait, chopped man calling the load in. Layered in ice to the tops of the hold bins, breaking the cast of the greenhorn hands of moldings, worn tired in breaths of mornings. Well, I could hear what had been calling from Mother Nature's lips, from those eagles on the spit, from their perfect feathers off the beach and their cackling wisdom tips. In the driftwood camps of hippies and the salmon seining trips, in the let her go, and the plunge and the close, and the laughs of the quick with the wit, and the bites of the round hauling bit. Man, I could hear what had been calling in the tow line of the skiff, in the squealing of that power block to a faint Mark Knopfler riff. Under clouds of birds at Kamishek, yeah, and fossils in the cliff. I could hear what had been calling in the present turning gift, all in lunar tidal lift, all in free and adrift, outbounds. I could hear what had been calling, so internal in its sounds, like claps of surf that meet the earth in cardiovascular pounds. I could hear what had been calling, inside and all around. Yeah, I could hear what had been calling, down those weathered wooden docks, in the fixed net tears and the drawn cruise shares as raucous seagulls squawk. As my sea legs walk, my rain gear swaps to clean clothes, and the surf beat rolls over all the hippie dancing toes in the bars, over all the cannery chicks and testosterone trips under hungover Catchamack stars. In the pre-opening hours, I could hear what had been calling, and that steady diesel's knock to Tidebook's lunar clock when the spot at the dock says you're not. I could hear what had been calling. It's what the tides of plenty send. It's in the circling, yeah, remembering the bends. Ascending to descend, anadromous the trend. I could hear what had been calling where linguistics just don't extend. Like from crows professing Zen, in mossy old Cordova man when summertime kicks in, and half the town is postured bent in salmon picking world, glove fingers curled like sleek orchis teeth. And the salmon, the shine, and the smells of the sea. As the scupper holes bleed heartbeats, red clouds of gurry drifting free back into the surely a sign. I could hear what had been calling. And sea lions ripping holes in my net's deceptive metaphors, all in my domineering roles. Like big winds in the lines and the boat rigging poles. And big trees in their rips just surrendered to flows. In the waves of taut thought as that cold ocean rolls. In harder and worked and stubborn goals. I could hear what had been calling in land and sea refrains. Where titles flood and branches bud and calling comes the rains. In that essence that remains. I could hear what had been calling. It's like the street smarts of the deep. Yeah. High seas universities, predation study majors, man, and schools for grease monkeys. Speaking metaphorically. Like the tongues of the coast. Like Astoria the host. Like pines clinking toast to living poetry. Yeah, flesh and sea. Flooding, pouring into welcome mics, flooding from the stage's lights, if only for a couple nights. Listen what the rage is, as out within engages. As local brews and fishing crews are poetically exchanging, compositionally ranging in the harbor town charms of the coastally changing. in worn, weathered paging, salty in traces. In the colorful collections of seafaring faces, out within from open spaces, so in within his graces. In the Liberty Theater and other such places, I can hear what has been calling. Out within the ocean's mood, in within a dawning, strolling docks, Astoria, with the misty river sprawling. In wasted wise, so romanticized, I can still hear what has been calling. Have you guys been hearing it this weekend? Good. Thank you.
If you want to hear more of Steve's work, I believe, well, the Gear Shack is closed now, but in the future, just so you all know, this is a great way to support all of these artists. Many of us are also working artists. I know Steve has CDs there. A lot of folks have books up for sale and things, so next year be sure to swing by and find other ways to support all these folks.
There's also some propaganda out along the stage here. There's promotional material and some poems from Annapolis. There's somebody's business, so.
And remember, you have exactly 1 hour to finish
12 minutes.
and 12 minutes to finish your poem. Should you like to compete in the umpteenth annual poetry competition, which Moe will be hosting at 10 o'clock, do you remember what it has to include? It has to be 30 seconds maximum, so less is better. It has to include the words full moon, very good, great. The beginning, the first line, and the last line have to be
the
same, but different. Like us, did you notice?
The same,
but different. And at least 3 Bodie prepositions.
I'm confused now about what a preposition is because I feel like athwart or below. I guess is that a preposition?
Below is a preposition.
Okay.
It can be ended with a noun. It becomes a prepositional phrase, right? Below the deck.
A lee. I was thinking you could just, as the next 3 readers go, you could just pick out words that are those things and then just write them down in the order that they come. And
You
that
can
might
Mad
make
Libs it, is what we're saying, and that will work fine.
That's what I was trying to do with Steve. I was like, but there's never a place to land. What else? Tip people that need tipping. Compliment people. Be kind. What? Thank you. We recognize that asking Lara and me to MC on the Liberty stage on a Saturday night on a full moon in an election year is a choice.
You guys,
So
I just want to say I have not sworn once. Yeah.
I don't think I have either.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got 10 minutes now.
Take a little break. Yeah. Take a little break. You got 10 minutes.
Cool.
come not from the sun, but from the mermaid themselves, which sounds a lot like someone else that I know. So allow me to read what the mermaid card says. It says, "The siren song is calling to you. It's time to call your magic back from the depths. You know that you inhabit both the waking world and the watery subconscious. This is a good time to pay attention to your dreams." Let's take that in for a second. So I'm going to read something, and then I'm going to say something. So very formally, Moe Bowstern is the editor since 1996 of Extra Tough, a zine that chronicles the experiences and adventures of commercial fisherfolk in Alaska and beyond. Moe has worked on fishing boats since 1986, when, as a miserable 18-year-old boat cook, she once inadvertently threatened the lives of the crew by serving pasta tossed with shards of glass. She has fished salmon, halibut, herring, tanner crab caught in Alaska, shad on the Hudson River, shrimp in Miami, and mackerel, crab, and lobster in the Moray Firth of Scotland. Moe has performed annually at the Astoria, Oregon FisherPoets gathering since it began in 1998. And most recently, she wrote for the oral history podcast It Did Happen Here, which is about chasing racist skinheads out of the Portland music scene in the late 80s and 90s. The book came out last year, and Moe will be touring in the Southeast U.S. later this spring. And on a more personal note, Moe Bowstern is the reason I am at FisherPoets. She's the first person to encourage me to write about these experiences, and I know I am not alone in that. She's done a tremendous amount welcoming in artists and performers, making this community be what it is, and holding that community together. So, I love her very much, and I know that you do too. Let us please welcome, so you may know my handle is Queen of Pirates, and I think of Moe as the Queen of FisherPoets. So please, let's give her a big round of applause.
Thanks, Lara. Hi. Thank you so much. We were requested, I don't know what's going on with that. Whoa. We were requested to write a poem. I've been a prose writer at FisherPoets for most of the time, but this is called Mandatory Poem. I helped write a book. Maybe you want to take a look. I wrote down what I knowed. Find it with that QR code. Going on tour in the South, I'll be talking with my mouth about this planet in all weather. All we have is us together. So, Lara and I are going to host a FisherPoets in Portland Monday, tomorrow, day after tomorrow. It is all a dream. And you'll get to see a lot of your favorites there if you come, and there's little flyers. There will be little flyers at Turn, 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 which is on 8th and Williams in Northeast Portland, or 8th and Killingsworth and Williams in Northeast Portland. It's really nice to be here. I don't know about you all, but I had a lot of anxiety for the last 4 years. For real though, like a lot. We're all like, it's just been an intense time. And I feel so lucky that I get to come and be here with you all. And I was so scared before I came, because I knew I wanted to talk about some things, and I didn't want to lose your love and esteem. And I want to just remind everyone that, not that I'm presumed to be speaking the truth, but when someone speaks a truth and you get angry with them, it's good to remember that maybe you're benefiting from the lie. I did read that on an Instagram meme today, and I was like, oh, I'm going to use that. But it's good, right? And I do have a Scorpio moon, which means the Scorpio's job is to address the taboos of the culture. And in this culture, it's frequently sex and death and money. But the job of the Scorpio is to dig down deep into the hidden places in the deep water and bring up that which needs healing and show it to everyone. And that the sting of the Scorpio is often the healing that we need. So I'm just going to tell you those things before I read my thing. But also when we were in the gear shack, you know, setting up all of our merch and stuff, after having like anxiety and concern and wondering how it would all be, and there was a part of my brain that was like, it'll be great, it's always great. We'll all come together and the edges will soften and we'll all be in the big happy blob of FisherPoetry. But we were brittle when I looked at people at the gear shack. Like, people were like, how are you? You know. And so I just hope for you all, like, ease, wellness, health. Remind yourself, like, you're working so hard all the time. If you're fishing, if you're part of the fishing community, you have no idea how to ask for help until you become incapacitated. And then sometimes it seems better to ask before that happens, but not everybody was raised by a Marine, so it's just what happens. It's just like... And so we have an opportunity. We talk a lot about climate collapse, which is happening, and the shifting sands we all stand on. But it's an opportunity to change, to really change. In Kodiak, we deckhands were well acquainted with the dope-smoking, friendly, long-haired Israeli deckhand who worked on the 58-foot limit seiner, the Sumner Strait. When migrants make money, we talk about it back home, where no one can see the grimy sweatpants we wear every day or the long hours. All they see is a person, flush with muscles, cash, and a soul full of diesel and beauty. Our friends back home think, maybe if I do that, I also will be ripped and rich. At 18, Israel's young men enter compulsory service in the Israeli Defense Force for 32 months. Young women serve 24. After 2 or more years of military rigidity, many former soldiers then spend some months traveling through South America. This was a migration pattern in the late 90s. Once they run through all their pay, they move north to make the big bucks in the commercial fisheries of Alaska and return home to attend university, earn degrees, and enter professions. My last salmon season in Kodiak, 1998, there were over a dozen Israelis walking the docks at the tipping point in the season when the college kids go home and skippers hire walk-on greenhorns for the last month of work. When we asked, where are you from? More often than not, they said, California. They all looked healthy, spoke English and Spanish in addition to Hebrew, claimed to be accustomed to hard work and discipline, excellent deckhand specimens. They were quickly absorbed into the fleet, which immediately began to boil with stories about obnoxious and violent Israeli deckhands. Nothing like the chill Sumner Strait dude we'd all known for so long. Craig's guys started fights with everyone on the boat. Barry ended up firing his guy for beating up the skiff man. No one could tell them anything. On my boat, once the college guy left, we got Lara. She was probably 22, short, dark eyes, dark auburn hair, strong, beautiful accent. I was the only one who tried to say her name in Hebrew. Everyone else Americanized it, Lara. But no one was ever good enough for her. Lara was argumentative, belligerent, and sullen, a know-it-all. Ask her to do anything, get a speech. I was a lieutenant in the IDF. I was like, yeah, but we're deckhands. We just do everything. She had a boyfriend who worked on another boat. He was the only thing she liked to talk about. Gidon could do that. Gidon taught me that. Gidon does that better. Or my favorite, Gidon has 3 passports. US, France, Israel. I was 30 years old with 9 salmon seasons behind me. It was late August, and I was in the last 3 or 4 weeks of a fishing stint that started in March, prepping for the April cod season. I was not old enough to know how to talk to such an arrogant, furious, self-righteous person. I was not old enough to see her immaturity and her terror. She was a short-timer, so I didn't bother. That time of year, we usually traded our seine in for a shallower fall net, good for catching silvers. On net shuffling day, we were out at the skipper's compound. I was stacking net on the boom truck. Lara was on the ground, tidying the web. The seine block towered over her, far higher than on board the boat. You might want to stand back a little. You don't want to get hit with one of those rings. As the skiff man, I felt an obligation to keep her safe, even though I knew what was coming. I know what I'm doing, she retorted, keeping her head down, eyes on the pile. It was like a movie. How the minute she snapped at me, a brass ring missed her by inches. Then she yelled at me for not telling her in time. August in Kodiak is hard. Our other crewmates were the skipper and his wife, both longtime fishing people whose summer crew tolerance was long expired. They remained in the top house as much as possible while I hung out with the baby grouch. One slow, sunny day when we were anchored up inside Ijut Bay, I took my violin out to the skiff to work out my frustrations. For about an hour, I played klezmer songs, old-time tunes, and a Romanian piece that was just beyond my ability. I like the way it feels to have a box of wood vibrating against my heart, pulling the music out of my whole body. I've never been much of a public violinist, more like a person with a best friend that I can talk to when things are really bad and there's nowhere else to turn. Personal, like an alternate me that I can bring to potlucks but I don't have to feed. I came inside and went to stow my fiddle in my bunk. Lara stood in the galley, staring at me. Her anguished expression made me pause. What now, I thought, waiting for the inevitable complaint about how I'd inconvenienced her, or maybe Gidon was a member of the Israel-France-U.S. Philharmonic Orchestra. But instead, she said, with her voice halting, "If I could do what you do, play like that, I would do nothing else. Why are you not playing? Why are you deckhand?" It looked like she had been crying. Completely taken aback, I said something like, "Oh, I'm not good enough. It's just for me." She shook her head, furious again. Even her admiration was dismissive and judgmental. That's when I started to see it, the fear and the self-loathing of the soldier. Who twisted her? The Israeli news media site Haaretz reports a third of women soldiers reporting sexual harassment, and of those who talked about it officially, almost half said their complaints were poorly handled. Lara never got any better as a deckhand, never got any manners. Across the fleet, gossip on the out-of-town ex-IDF greenhorns continued to report fistfights, weekends in jail, endless surliness, quitting, universal disdain. People in Kodiak began to complain about the Jewish people who were having such a negative impact on the fleet. I ran around trying to do damage control, to explain the terms were not interchangeable. These are Israelis who are also Jewish, maybe. People shook their heads. There's little time for global nuance in the salmon fleet at the end of the summer, especially in a town for whom Jewish people meant a former fur trapper with a Bronx accent who ran the monk's habit and the woman many considered to be hands down the best at catching herring island-wide. They were just Mary and Ed. Everyone knew them. I tried to say, well, what if people randomly called you a crabber because you are a fisherman? You know you fish salmon, but a drylander doesn't differentiate. But I fish subsistence crab. I tried another tack. Okay, you belong to the religion of fishing, but you live in the nation of salmon. Do you understand now? People in Kodiak are obtuse. I'm not religious. I eventually gave up and finished out my season. I had my own problems, and trying to untangle international relations between the town and the shifting migrant population was far beyond my skill set. But I think about Lara when things flare up in the occupied nation of Palestine. The Second Intifada in 2000 to 2005, in 2014, in 2021, this past October, and for the last 141 days. She'd be about 48 now, 8 years beyond reservist status, but I wonder if she got called up for any of those other times. I wonder if she became a doctor, worked in a hospital. I wonder if she went to France with Guidon. I wonder what she thinks when she looks out at the sea, and if she's ever had to fire at Palestinians pulling in their nets, if their skiffs remind her of me playing music, the only time she showed me her heart. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Hopefully we will get to hear from Moe again with the poetry competition later, but just one more time for Moe. Thank you. Next, I am excited to invite to the stage Peter Quinn, who is born in Astoria from a seafaring family, a local, everybody. So his connection to all things maritime has been nurtured as a serial boat owner, a liveaboard, as well as working for the Northwest Maritime Center in Port Townsend. His lifelong relationship with the Columbia River Maritime Museum, one of my favorite places in the world, which his father helped to found, continues to float his boat. I did not write that line. That is on the piece of paper. It's good. It's good. Graduate of Lewis and Clark College, he received the Academy of American Poets Award as a senior. And Peter published Painting Circles on Straight Highways in 2012 and Small Things in 2023. Let's give it up for Peter Quinn.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate this. I spent a lot of time in this theater when it was not in quite such good shape. I saw Lawrence of Arabia here. I saw a lot of movies here when I was a young lad. And I'm very, very glad to be here today. My father was a Columbia River bar pilot, and that's why I'm here today. I also was able, during the 1970-71, I worked on the summer boat, not the winter boat. I worked on the summer boat, the Columbia, and it took the 4 full day shift for my stomach to stop gurgling. And if I took the helm, which I did as many hours as I could possibly do, it would stop gurgling for about an hour and a half, which was time to get enough sleep. So I'm here to give you a glimpse of the bar pilot's life as seen through his son's eyes. And with your permission, I'd like to dedicate this reading to my father, Captain Edgar Quinn, who died at sea in 1973. So, I'm going to read 3 poems, and the first one is called Cribbage Lessons. Whoever played cribbage, I'm up for a game anytime. So. And then I need glasses. Cribbage lessons. On top of creosoted pilings, decades-old building, a dock inside and out, pilots awaited their turn, their chance to shove a ship upriver to Portland, nudge it around bends against current 2 feet off bottom, or they'd feel a ship through eddies around always shifting sandbars, rolling through waves and currents only the Columbia River bar could make. In a big square room, gray-green walls, brown leather chairs, seeped with cigar smoke, mingled with the burnt syrup nose of creosote, men said, ease and see. I would drop by after school, find Tom Clark, retired Navy, keeping the pilots organized. He was the source of the cigar smoke. Just a hint of sear in it, a round dollop of smooth tobacco in the air. Usually I found a pilot or 2. They liked to play cribbage. I played too, a quarter a game. 15-2, 15-4, a double run of 3 is 12. 9-year-old got seasoned, risking $1 for the lesson. My father would come in ready for his shift. I could never tell if he was mad or amused. He'd ask if I was up or down. Up meant that I went home immediately. Down meant another game which somehow I always won. I read here 12 years ago, and I read this poem 12 years ago, but most of you probably haven't heard it. This poem is called Dad's Words, and it's about my father's, he had an accident just before the Columbus Day storm in 1962. He and a pilot boat crewman survived, but one man did not. It wasn't until 11 years later, when I was 19, that the sea finally got him. About 15 years ago, my sister gave me the family Bible, Pacific Graveyard, and when I opened it to look at it, out dropped this baggie and these yellow sheets of paper. I discovered it was, for the first time in my life, I'd never seen them before, was the notes that my father made to testify in front of the Coast Guard inquiry into what my mother called Ed's swim up the coast. His words are interpreted, his words are interspersed with my 8-year-old memories and experience. And whenever, because I can't really mimic his British accent, whenever I use these words exactly as written by him, I'll raise my hand so you know that I'm using those words. Dad's words. At 20-40 hours, I turned in my bed, worried about the darkest places of my room, the bear underneath me. At 20-40 hours, he sat in the bow of a 16-foot dory, 10-horse Evinrude chugging in the well, made the 100 yards between 2 vessels amid the malevolent swells of the Columbia River bar. On September 28, 1962, 2040 PDST, while transferring from motor vessel Olympia Maru to pilot vessel Peacock, 16-foot dory capsized. Crewmen Bill Wells, Don Nelson, and Captain Quinn into the rough seas. All 3 made it back to the dory, righted her, and climbed aboard. Dory completely swamped. Due to poor visibility and rough seas, neither the pilot vessel nor Olympia Maru could find us. The boat settled in, water full to the brim. It would be 8 hours before his nightmare found me. While I slept, he swam back to the boat where he sat in soggy water to the gunwales, freeing oars, finding oarlocks, blades biting frothy waves, as they were swept away from freighter and pilot boat, 400 feet of safety, now 500 yards away. It took 30 seconds. His $10 Timex counted the hours. Stayed with Swamp Dory, rowing as able throughout the night. No sign of rescue at dawn. Unable to bail the boat at any time. Completely awash. His wool pants, warm but rough, rubbed layers of skin raw as he sat in the scouring salt water up to his chest. 40-degree ice, rowing for warmth, not direction. Bill Wells had faded, gone numb. They sat behind him on the thwart, their hands over his on the oars, forced his body through the rowing motions to keep him there. They talked to him, they slapped him. Bill Wells died at 1,100 hours of exposure. He didn't drown, just ran out of life, sucked dead by the cold. Attempted to make Willapa Harbor, utilizing favorable set and both oars. Passed south of Sea Buoy, but due to northerly set and currents from Willapa, could not make the entrance. After 14 hours, a 30-mile drift north, Safe Harbor threw them back, shoved them to sea with current and wind as weapons. At 14:30, U.S. Coast Guard plane flew overhead, but did not see us. 16 hours ago, I slept and he swam. Now I wept, the news delivered to my 8-year-old self. Dreams began. I imagined finding him, bringing him home. Decided for head for breakers at Westport. Last Wells body to boat, rigged lines to aid us in returning to boat when in breakers. I sat in different places, awed by the people in our house. Casseroles, cakes, and pies came and came. Every pilot's wife was there, threatened by your loss, which could be my loss. My head was a good luck charm. Patting heads used me for comfort and gave none. Approximately 1,700 hours, entered breakers and capsized several times, but able to stay with boat until grounding on beach. The talk never stopped. Laughter sometimes. Different people arrived, said the same things. I listened, content to be ignored. Comfort as closed eyes imagined him home. Wells' body carried away in breakers. Mostly, I rolled into a ball, cloaked myself, stayed away from the terrible words no one would stop saying. It was time to give up. They only waited for bad news now. The storm hadn't stopped. No one could have made it. Be there for survivors. Comfort them, feed them. Don't leave them alone. Nelson and I landed at Westport, approximately 1,800 hours after 17 and a half hours adrift in swamp boat. Emotions couldn't exist. Hands were wrung, hands were held, hands were limp with exhaustion. The crescendo of disaster was a certainty. We finally walked to Deputy Ellwangers at Twin Harbor Park, who took us in, notified families and pilots of our safety, and arranged hospital. Phyllis Eady, stationed to ward off calls from the press or the Coast Guard, spare my mother the news of grief, answered our phone. Who are you? What do you mean he's sitting in your living room? Oh my God, BJ, it's Ed. They've been found. No one found us. We saved ourselves except for Bill. We walked 4 miles to the Ellwangers, for Christ's sake. They almost didn't let us in. I got happy with everyone, but I wasn't happy. Bad things could happen. Dads could die. Not today, but tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I kept a little knot of ready inside me, just in case. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a poem I can only read to a bunch of boaters and fishermen. It's a love letter to a boat. And the boat is the pilot boat Peacock, which is on the Hard in front of the Maritime Museum right now. She came to us in 1967 and was a very big part of my life. So This boat was a piece of my life, an homage to the pilot boat Peacock. Teacher, tester of metal, threw me against her bulkheads, made me hold tight as waves rolled through both of us. My stomach. The bar is all about the roll, unless it's all about the slam of water walls split by the bow, the deck more dry than it had a right to be. This boat was proud. Her nose stayed up, snorted froth, blew it like a stallion, rose and begged for more. A narrow beam made her skittish, and she tick-tocked with each roll, a pulse doing double time, but always on top of it. This boat was an 87-foot Greyhound with armor, 27 knots with 3 screws, sucking water past her double hull. Drawing 3 feet, she could turn tight. This boat was always ready. KOK 360, KOK 360, this is the motor vessel Eastern Taki calling the Columbia River bar pilots. When ships came out easy, from easy into worrying water, it was this boat they had to know would be there. Give them a pilot to take their hand and tell them it would be okay. It didn't matter how bad, the lightship and the Peacock was always out there, where buoy 10 was the beginning, not the end. This boat was steadfast. There were times she would have gone down. She fell 35 feet off a boomer, nothing but air. 2 feet of water in the cabin meant 3 feet in the engine room, but this boat wouldn't go down. 2 engines still hummed. The rapid metronome of beautiful pumps kept the water at bay. God bless pump makers. When she homed into the dolphins at the foot of 14th Street, grateful relief for 3 soaked, shaking men, shaking so much they vibrated. March of 1973, Peacock was there when a Jacob's ladder, guitar strung my father, snapped him down between small boat and ship for good. Then she followed my mother, sister's brother, and me on the pilot boat Columbia out 17 miles. The lightship to port, Peacock to starboard. A Navy DE came to pay their respects. A Coast Guard helicopter hovered, dropped a wreath. I uncovered the gold squared cardboard box, kneeled, leaned over the side, braced against wind and roll, held by hands afraid I'd go in. I gauged the roll, held the box out far, attempted ceremony, tipped the box, let my father sift out. Gray ashes hit the water and dusted my face. I licked my lips and swallowed. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate being here tonight. Thanks.
Peter Quinn, those Columbia River bar pilots. Thank you for bringing us those stories. Did you know about this, you guys? Look at this. There's like even finger grips on it. Okay, I'm getting ready for you, Tele. Next up, we have Tele Aadsen, and this is her new book. It is called What Water Holds. And it's from Empty Bowl Press, which is Holly Hughes and her partner John Hughes. I don't know what his last name is. Tella and her partner Joel run a trawler out of Sitka. And they also leave from here and drive it up there every year. And Tella was not raised by a Marine, but by a skipper, a woman, a mother skipper. And Tella started driving the boat when she was 13. Onto rocks. Onto rocks. And she's got a heart as big as FisherPoets, you know, like she comes in here to do her reading and she's like, do you need some food? I have nuts. Do you need any water? Do you need anything? What do you need? Tele Aadsen. You're what we need. Come and give it to him.
Okay. Let's see. Wait. Shit. Hold on. Sorry. Oh, you said oh, the handle. Sure. Thank you. Still learning. Still learning. All right. Thank you, Moe. Thank you, Lara. And we're just going to do this differently because it's better for me that way. We are at the last set of Saturday night of our 27th annual FisherPoets. Yeah. And while I'm feeling really honored to close this evening with you and you with me, endings make me think about beginnings also. And we talk a lot about how FisherPoets started as the origin story of John Broderick making the first 40 phone calls, bringing the first 40 FisherPoets together and kicking this off. And I want, if we could just take a moment to step the story back to before he made those phone calls and he heard Oregon poet Clem Stark read his poetry about labor, physical labor and work, and craftsmanship, both of words and work. And that was what sparked it for John about we could write about fishing. And we are all here thanks to Clem and his work, and he is not here with us this year, and we miss him, and I wonder if we could just give him some love for Clem. Yep. So what I'm going to read is going to take my time. It's one piece, and then we will close up and go to the poetry contest. This is an essay from my book, What Water Holds, and it is called Hearing Voices. Back in Sitka from a long coho trip, I feed 17 days worth of socks, soap, and quarters into the fisherman co-op washing machines. Nearby deckhands slump into a battered couch, stare down at phones or up at the TV. Salmon trollers zoned out on reality show crabbers. It's not my scene. Leaving the laundry room, I step into the hallway and time travel back to childhood. Long wooden frames line the halls, picturing hundreds of trollers that collectively pulled hundreds of tons of salmon from Southeast Alaska. A few 8x10s date back to the 1940s, black and white time capsules of phone booth cabins, Tongass poles logged and lugged down the dock. But most are from the 80s and 90s. Boats surging into waves, boats with captains beaming from full fish holds, boats long since lost to fire, rocks, divorce. Boats I grew up with. Over time, I would grow to love the boats and their people by association. Simon on the Laverne too, Valley Lee Ron, Steve Meyer on the Aquila. But as a child new to the fleet, I didn't yet know either. I first fell in love with fishermen by their voices. The VHF was lively then. 9 years old and perched on the pilot's seat, my hand was always poised to switch over, channel 16 to 6-8, 6-9. Trolling was a self-professed gentleman's fishery, and the radio was my finishing school for the tennis volley of conversation. To acknowledge your partner's comment, then lob a return query back. The value of being self-deprecating, quick to deflect compliments while building others up. Nothing too over the top, don't make anyone uncomfortable, but encouraging. Nothing going on over here. I can't catch my ass with both hands today. You'll make a day of it. You always do. I absorbed fleet norms and etiquette among the dropped consonants and cadence, identifying partner boats and striving to crack their secret codes. We've got a purple apple over here. You're smoking us. We've only had a blue banana all morning. I tuned my ears to hear what they said in everything they didn't, the balance of being able to whine for days, with an underlying optimism that kept their hooks in the water, the artistry of casual, unself-conscious profanity. I aspired to mimic the exact weary intonation of a perfectly groaned Christ on toast. Fishing stories entertained, but something bigger bewitched me. Those faceless fishermen filled my dad's silences, and I loved them for that. I will always love fishermen for that. Midway down the hall, I stop at a portrait of a steel troller, a man in a painter's cap with his arm slung around a curly-haired woman. Decades before I learned of the gathering, he was my first fisher poet, a born storyteller content to spend hours keying the mic while his crew handled the deck. Kneeling close to the speaker, I hung on every word. Fishermen don't get much fan mail, but this fellow came back from a trip to a piece of paper tacked to the co-op bulletin board like a note passed in class, his name in a child's scrawl. Who knows the cringeworthy gems 11-year-old me wrote? I like your stories. What I do remember was the breathless admission that I hoped to crew for him someday. Weeks later, a responding note met me in the office. The fisherman thanked me and said he'd be glad to help me find a good boat when I was a little older. It didn't feel like a slight, rather the opposite, a gift of conversational reciprocity, so rare in my family. I kept that scrap of paper for years. Long after I'd learned to read the broken blood vessels of his nose, after I'd heard dock whispers of the deckhand he'd abused, after he and the curly-haired woman had divorced and the steel troller sank, and even after he'd died, I hung on to his gift of acknowledgement, proof of a child seen and heard. Over the years, there was less to hear. The VHF quieted with the new millennium. More folks got secret radios, tossing code sheets to talk wide open via scramblers, alien squawks distorting those beloved voices. Then, in the 2010s, we got the inReach. As smartphones altered land life, the inReach forever changed the fleet. Satellite texting, no need for secret radios, just text your buddy the hot report, 160 characters at a time. Which buddy? Anybody. A fleet elder once schooled me on the distinction between friends on the dock and friends you share information with. Now guys we barely know come up to Joel and me. Hey, let me get your inReach. Any perceived boundaries are gone. One boat sees you make a back tack in the morning, the whole fleet will be there by dusk. Talking with one skipper last summer, he flapped his arms in disgust. I hate the damn things. Worst thing that's happened to this fishery. But he had one. So do we. So does everybody else. What with everyone texting, the radio is mostly silent now. The general consensus is serious fishermen don't talk on 16. The exceptions are crude, cussing someone out for gouging on the tack, and don't much sound like the gentlemen trollers once believed themselves to be. I don't know many of my fleetmates' voices anymore, don't recognize them on the dock, and it pains me to admit I don't recognize some of the boats either. Shrugging aside tradition and superstition, more newcomers christen their vessel with a new name. It's understandable, the yearning to make a boat your own, but boats are bigger than their current handlers. They are their own beings with stories that predate us, identities and secrets and souls independent of us. That's why I study these old pictures like I'm trying to memorize each vessel's genealogy. The Alhambra became the Carla R, became the Constance, because with each new incarnation, it's harder to remember who we used to be. The radio is hushed now, boats repainted and renamed. I know many of my fleetmates not by voice or vessel, but by profile pictures on Facebook. Often I know more of them than I would like. That guy thinks Sandy Hook was a hoax. This one bangs out long screeds at friends of differing views, signing off with a smiley face. Comment threads are not helpful. Instead of feeling closer, much of what I hear through the screen makes me pull away. Plenty of them feel that way about me, too, dismayed to learn just how far to the port I list. We've never had so many ways to be connected, yet our community feels ever more fractured and fragile. The fleet ain't what it used to be. Hearing these words in my head, I am mortified. I know better. The fractures are not new. Some of the ugliest things I have heard have been from white fishermen talking about native people. And one of my earliest memories is of a fellow troller sneering that my veterinarian parents weren't real fishermen. As a species, we've always rushed to paint someone else as the other to certify our own belonging. There is no great golden age to go back to. I pause again at the photo of the steel troller, the man who showed me such kindness that even after learning of his other less kind acts, I still recalled him with love. The complexities that were part of his nature, they're all part of mine too. I don't know why it's gotten so hard for me to hold people as they are, but the boats still do. So many of the boats pictured here were sanctuaries for their humans. Folks who didn't function quite right on land, these boats carried them just as they were, allowed them to find their footing with boots on deck, feeling most secure while tossed in the trough. The world reduced to themselves, a deckhand or two, and those friends who always answered, "Yeah, I gotcha, go up one," and always signed off, "I'll be standing by." And they meant it. Whatever you needed, they were standing by. Because at heart, even antisocial fishermen are social creatures. We crave connection. And while the connections now may sound and look different than the ones of my childhood, they're still here, monopolizing the coffee shop, lingering in the harbor parking lot, speed bumps on the loading dock. This is why FisherPoets is sacred to me, a conduit to the past, a promise of a future. When Broderick beams at Jay ripping on the harmonica, when Clem's syllables land with the precision of a framing hammer and Moe weaves stories like ocean currents, I'm that kid kneeling on the pilot's seat, hanging on every word. Like, as long as FisherPoets hold a mic, we'll hold on to our history. One elder cocks an amused eyebrow at my concern. Far wiser than me, he reminds me the nature of all things is to change. And he's right. I know he's right. To change is to evolve, to adapt new traditions, new rituals, And who wants to be the ghost pacing the halls, rattling rusty chains of the way it used to be? I miss hearing the voices. I do. But there's a weekend in every February where as long as they keep talking, I'll keep listening. And in the long months till we gather again, there's the sweetheart at my side. No coincidence that I fell hard for that boy all those years ago, a fisherman and a talker. Joel speaks all my love languages. I have always been a sucker for fishermen's voices. Thank you for being here.
We did it.
No, we made it.
It's a full moon, you guys. You remember this, right?
It's also Pisces, so galactic feelings. Galactic.
Just a quick thank you for everyone that has put in their time and labor and love for making this happen, to our volunteers and Doreen, to Nevada and Liv, to John, to all the organizers, and to all of you. Thank you so much for making this happen.
Big thanks to the city of Astoria. We have such a beautiful home with you. You make us feel famous out in the world. Oh, you're one of the Astoria FisherPoets? So cool. Also, how cool that there's 2 queer-owned venues at FisherPoets, Xanadu and Kala. Kind of awesome. So cool that there are so many young people who read and also attend. I always think about when the cowboy poets came to see how we were doing it right. So we lapped them, you guys. They were like, how do you get the young people involved? And they were just like, we just always need crew. I made that part up. So if you want to be in the contest and you've never done this before, I'm going to give you a quick instruction. All you do is take your poem and come over here and line up. That's it.
All right.
You don't have to submit anything except your ego. Elma Burnham's listening. We miss you, Elma. Amanda Gladdix, homesick. We love you, Amanda. Thanks, everybody.
We got about 7 minutes before we get started. Here we go.
No? Look at that line, you guys. Amazing. In that wee dark engine room where the chill seeps through your soul, how we huddled round that wee pot stove that burned oily rags and coal. How the winter blizzards blow and the whaling fleets at rest, tucked in Leith Harbor's sheltered bay, safely anchored 10 abreast. The whalers at their stations, as from shed to shed they go, carry little bags of coal with them and a little iron stove. Thanks for your quiet. That's a love song to a stove. So I pulled the final oracle card. For those of you who've just joined us, Lara and I have been pulling from the back deck oracle deck, and made by the Bristol Baby Zine editors, one of whom is Sylvie and the other whom I can only remember her face, and Josie. Thank you, Sylvie and Josie. So the poetry contest got fire, y'all. So here's your... It's a little matchbook with a smile on it and a flame. The background is orange. Fire, you can do hard things. You may feel like your flame is burning out, but fire is here to remind you that you have an eternal ember of abundance. Poet after poet after poet after poet. We have so many poets. Make sure you stoke your inner furnace so that you can carry on with gusto. And I just want to remind everybody about last year. I don't know who was here last year for the poetry contest. If anybody remembers how we did the judging, John and I couldn't remember. So you could tell John. Maybe he's got it figured out now. But there was a person, oh, here he is. There was a person who was disqualified because he was unable to finish anything in 30 seconds. And then he went away, and then he came back and he had his hat off. He took his hat off. He was wearing a very large hat. And then he came back and got in the line again without the hat. I was evidently the only person in this entire theater who saw through this ruse, because I am a female deckhand. Okay, so I just want to be clear. If you change your clothes, you're still disqualified. It happened. Also, he was very drunk, so. You can do hard things, people. Oh, and we have a new baby. Maggie Birch had a baby, Leon. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
This reminds me a little bit of teaching school. Sometimes you just open the book, you don't know what your next sentence is even going to be. But it comes out pretty good at the end of the hour. We're going to let the audience decide. And so we've got several people chosen out there to be judges. We have to confer and so forth about what the volume of the cheer is. That's all we're going to do. Okay, great. Moe's in charge of qualifying and disqualifying. And we have a great number of people. That's good. So you gotta clip right along. The judges really appreciate if you'll give us an articulate name so we can keep track and not write the gal with the hat on, you know. Okay, and the judges' decisions are final. We'll decide on the second, third, second, and first place. And first place, of course, entitled to a Ray Tool t-shirt if you don't already have one of those. And if we have to mail it to you, we will, but maybe you could pick it up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the Gear Shack. And otherwise, so cheer for the ones you like, and we'll have a little break afterwards, and we'll see how that works. That should be enough rules.
There's two more rules. Well, approach the microphone, poets, state your name, please clearly, and where you're from. And if you start talking about like why you wrote the poem, we're timing, we're going. All right, just so you know, it's all in the 30 seconds. I can't hear you. I want to just call out Nancy Cook because this woman has come every year and done work for the ocean. Every year she stands up and she does poems and songs on behalf of the ocean for all of us. I still can't hear you, but thank you for the work you've done.
All right, we're off. Let's go. Good luck.
Thank you. Poet number 1.
Hello, my name is Bridget. Sickler.
Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Portland these days. My poem is called Ulakan. It's the Columbia River smelt. Each year they come, the Ulakan. It's how Oregon got its name. Native Americans set their course west, guided by bald eagles lining the shore when the sun's about to set. Ulakan, each year they come. Fishers the same, wading in, dipping, making sure the waders aren't slipping. Oops, fishers, okay. Face away from the drift off Astoria's shore, stand watch for the full moon, and hear silver fish lore of explorers who jive down river to get more. Each year the Ulakan come, the fish that gave Oregon its name.
Excellent work, 40 seconds, disqualified.
Good evening. My life was tainted early. I had a rowboat before I had a bike, so I was fated to be a mariner. There's just no other way. In Petersburg, Alaska, I had a little rowboat. And one of my saddest things was when I was flying over, leaving town, looking down and seeing the man who bought my rowboat rowing across the chuck to the island across. This is a simple poem here. The song goes, I believe in rock and roll, and so it goes for days at a time. But the term rock and roll is so limited. It goes up and down, slam and climb. You hear the scream of the gust over 50. Choose a mariner's life and take the ride. You will rock and roll till life is spent. Hang on for the roll or the slide. Clear across to the other side. If you are serious about rock and roll, choose a mariner's way. Go out on the tide. There's a beat to it. It's you taking the beating.
You started your poem at 25 seconds in. So at 1 minute 14:91, I'm afraid you are disqualified, but that was a wonderful poem, please. So remember, poets, name, where you're from, timer. That's how it goes, okay?
Okay, I'm ready.
You can follow that instruction.
Can I go? Name, Catherine. I'm from Tacoma by way of Kodiak Island. It's a full moon tonight, my friends. No crescents or halves. Get a look at that aft. So much junk in that trunk, nay, hell of a haul in that hull. a stacked back deck, a sturdy stern, colossal keel. Bottom dwellers, rejoice. It's a full moon tonight.
She's in. Come on up. 25 seconds.
I am Caleb. My father was Little Tom, if you knew him, and I'm from Portland, Oregon. Here's my poem. It's a full moon. Some combination of beer, bud, and cigarettes have me feeling hoisted away from my surroundings. Aboard the boat that wobbles beneath my feet, my vision is anchored to the movement and music on the horizon. As the lights grow bigger and closer, it's a party boat of women scantily clad, clearly not for me. But I've never been good with women, so I attempt to oppress them the only way I know. I show them my bare ass. It's a full moon.
"37 seconds, but does hold the distinction of the first one to bring the inevitable human full moon. So round, very good. Okay, name and where you're from.
I'm Rygar from Portland. First 5 seconds, shout out FisherPoets Gathering, and what an important, wonderful, magical, powerful community this is. Next 5 seconds, recognize that this land was here before us, our forebears and caretakers that deserve our acknowledgement. In 20 seconds, as above the full moon, a deep bellow, a hefty echo of the sun. So below, the deep bellow, abyss, 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 the bell, the toll, the call, shallow aboard, shall swallow awash, shadow adrift, sorrow ashore, so below, as above.
"30 seconds, 59. So when you come back up, be real careful because you were like 1/10 of a second away. Just good job, nice work.
Ken Kastner, Homer, Alaska. Deckload laden is my catch. A quarterly breeze now marks our fetch. We slip ahead late that night. Tears shine in the colorless light of the reflective full moon. We'll be quayside soon. Course now set for last lured stretch. Deckload laden with my catch.
20 seconds, well in. So just stay tight. If you made it in, you're going to be back in the line once it gets skinny again. Come on up. There we go.
All right. Curtis from Portland, Oregon. Imagine a small sloop coming about in the water. Imagine rolling her keel until gunnels touch water. Imagine the teacher amidships at the tiller. Imagine his students, the trio of Native American brothers. Imagine their basketball shorts billowing. Imagine the tiller's command, ready about. Imagine two of the brothers in reply, ready. Imagine the snap of the jib, the boom of the main, the cry of a man overboard a beam. Imagine falling, reaching for a guy and finding your brother's shorts. Imagine the elastic giving, going. Imagine a full moon. Imagine hitting the water. Imagine the Columbia in your vest up to your ears. Imagine your brothers at the tiller and the main. Imagine a small sloop coming about in the water.
Imagine improving your time bending skills. But thank you so much.
I'm Christine. I'm from Fremont, California. Illumination can come at any age. I was 14, fresh-faced freshman at my first football game when, ahoy, a boy, I did not know his name. Sprinting from a starboard, he cheerfully dropped his dolphins and presented my first full moon of the human variety and sudden understanding of masculine anatomy. He swung his compass needle from stern to bow and port. After all these years, I only remember that it was not short. Now, many moons later, after much cogitation, I prefer the lady in the sky for my meditation, but say full moon, and all I think is of that guy. With age comes illumination.
You always got to watch the ones that know how to wear a hat. 35 seconds, so love her while you got her.
I'm Eileen from Lake Oswego. Jammin' with salmon in the hold, the crew was too bold and too cold. Out at sea the first time, I can't find a good rhyme. We set sail in a four-masted schooner about the time of a full moon. The crew was just novices, small gulls and big buoys. The captain said charts were just toys. He fell under scrutiny, the crew went to mutiny, so he's jammin' with salmon untold.
26 seconds for Lake Oswego. Poets in the line if you need to do any last-minute edits and cross-outs to get there. Just saying, it's not against the rules to edit your work before you get up here, but you ready?
Jennifer Young, Portland. You want to get a little closer there, Jennifer. Is that my time? No, I'm taking it now. You're good. All right. Where she shone silver, the sandy river, was when the smelt ran like they did in 1971. Bank to bank, water solid with millions of gray silver eyes. The year we dipped, each net too heavy for my 8-year-old arms. We hauled them aboard our station wagon, astern where I cradled them, silver in deep blue buckets. The full moon followed off to starboard, as if we dipped her with our last net. Night sky, deep fathomless blue, the rear window gleaming, silver where she shone.
27 seconds. Nicely done. There's a lot of Portlanders writing poems. You show up on Monday, and if you want to read your poem, you can. You ready?
I'm ready. You ready?
Let's go.
Okay. Mark, Astoria, Oregon. Inbound, full moon off the port bow, just rounded buoy 14, steady on 133, in the ebb getting set to the west. So I said 132. But the helmsman turned to starboard, toward Clatsop Spit. I said again, 132. I watched the indicator go to 10 and then 20. We're swinging to port, way too fast. Dan was on a loaded tanker outbound, less than a mile away. Hard to starboard. On the BHF, I said, Dan, I have a problem. Hard to starboard. The third mate grabbed the wheel, pinned it to starboard. We were once again inbound, full moon on the port bow.
Everybody's going to know how long 30 seconds is. That was 39:52. I know, right? Love them while you got them.
Scott from Lake Mills, Wisconsin and Pacific City, Oregon. It's much too rough out here, I cried. I think I'm turning blue. On top of that, the cook, I think, put bad oysters in the stew. So I dropped my pants astern and hung a full moon aft. I sprayed to starboard, then to port. The deckhands, they all laughed. It's much too rough out here, I cried, and don't eat the oyster stew.
"23 seconds, Midwesterner getting it done. Doesn't need to hum and haw. Cold up there. All right, you ready?
Annie Howell Adams, Friday Harbor, San Juan Island. Ocean Beach, beyond a fishing boat. They watch the full moon set, early dawn. Their bow pointed south and west, then north. I see their deck lights, sodium shine on the back deck, hauling gear port side, working the sea, beyond a fishing boat, an ocean beach.
21 seconds, she's in. You can come all the way up, Madam Blue, or Purple. Just walk all the way up the steps to the stage. We'll get people moving, then you stand there, and then when you walk off, in triumph, I hope, you can just write, okay, there we go.
Lisa, Portland, Oregon. I write limericks after dates that have gone bad. Here's one. Was Leeward a sailor? I winked him. He reached for his pants in a blink and unsheathed his harpoon. No, flashed a full moon. Abaft, I felt romance a-sinkin'.
Definitely in. I wasn't counting the kinds of words, though. All right.
Jordan Sullivan. I live in Anchorage by way of Kodiak.
Hold on a second. Say that name again.
Jordan Sullivan.
Oh, are you maybe related to Toby Sullivan?
Yes.
I'm so glad you came. All right, hit it.
All right. Tonight is crisp, cool, and clear. A pile of Grundon's orange tumbles into the skiff's bow and retreats fore and aft to each claim our own aluminum corner for the long ride home across the bay. Tonight, the stars are a netted tapestry of glinting silver scales enveloped against a deep midnight sea, a glowing full moon caught in its heavenly meshes, as our own silent reflections drown out the outboard roar while we yearn for our warm, dry beds in the cabin. Tonight, we will drift off into our dreams, crisp, cool, and clear.
Sad but true, 33 seconds. Seriously, y'all, I'm so much harder than Ron. You ready? Look at that vest. All right, hit it.
My name is Douglas, and I'm from Walla Walla. A full moon shone abeam upon the waves, awash with the light the sea fore and aft danced deep, the shimmering waves reflecting the full moon's beams.
$16 seconds. Hi, Nancy.
Hi.
You look real cute. All right, let's hit it.
I haven't said my name yet.
No, I know. I'm not timing you. Come on.
This is a poem called Skipper Target's Teacher, and my name is Nancy Cook. I'm from Astoria. Are you ready to start the time now?
You cheated. That was a cheat.
I'm challenging you. I'm a challenge. Oh, he hooked her through the gill right down to the keel. He bled her heart and ate his fill. Full moon in Leo, Venus starboard, Jupiter listing port. You're my Poseidon. Yeah, you got your demons, but I want that trident. Then it was breakfast. Something went conjunct. Do you ever think you might be wrong? He paused, patted her aft. No, not really. If something was wrong, I'd have done it different. Right down through the gill until she taught herself the power wiggle.
She almost got 2 poems in there. 53 seconds, but I really could listen to her all day. You ready?
Yep. I'm Marianne. Oh, hold on. I'm tall. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Marianne from beautiful Astoria, Oregon. Under a full moon of tides rising, like a goddess to starboard, abeam with light and listing aft, purging toxins from her saltwater arteries, rivers turn wild at her touch. Waters run clear, repatriated to a silver flash of dorsal fins, churning ancient waters under a full moon of tides still rising.
Oh, the eternal love song between the water and the moon, 29 seconds.
Yes.
Oh, let's fix this for you. Okay. Another redhead, 2 redheads in a row.
3. My mom, too.
Yeah, but she's not in line right behind you. You know what I mean?
Well, Mom was in front, and then it went. Mom kind of counts as a redhead.
I'm not saying she's not a redhead. I'm just saying 2 in a row.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're in agreement. Okay.
Nazina Cook, Astoria, Oregon. Water always finds its way, envious of its liquid plan, course drawn through heaven and earth with honest fix and error land. Desire deep for that kind of freedom, expectations just cold and wet. Often feels like I'm moving astirred when procurement isn't quite met. Remember, just live like water, reflect a bright full moon, let life lee helm, skew from your plans, because time to return is always too soon. Getting lost is not rare, and that's reassuring. The path is somewhere, not always alluring. Still wake up jealous each day that water always finds its way.
Woo! Okay, stand up for a second. Say your last name again.
Cook.
Cook as in Nancy Cook?
Yes.
To another second generation Fisher poet. 27 seconds. Yeah, you guys are doing great. All right.
Bella Dawson DeLoe, Astoria, Oregon. Take me home, I am a hole, my sails are set, with a little push, a little pull. Take me leeward, guide me, under this full mood, there's no one to pursue this adventure beside me. I'm in close reach, I feel it, never astern, full steam ahead, for home I yearn.
Woo! 14 seconds, the youngsters got it.
Okay, Alicia, BC, Inside Passage. A long way left to go, a full moon leads the way, its light reflects astern and illuminates the bay. Gull, cormorant, gull, alternating on a log, port, starboard, or slow, there really is a long way left to go.
Kid competition from international waters, 14 seconds, let's go.
I'm Crystalline from McMinnville. The ripples move the water in concentric aftward rings and bow as high and down again when whistles as it sings. The full moon rises starboard and then drops to port again. Night fishing swallows hours away in line and scale and fen. We set the net in secret spots of fishers long since passed. Under stars we fish and work and wish. Our nets will fill up fast. The nights are long, but will is strong to settle in the groove. In concentric aftward rings, the water ripples as we move.
24 seconds.
My name is Laurel from Washington, D.C. 2 hulls and a tramp. My dad's Hobie 14 screams down Carlisle Lake. 1 hull lifts off the water, and for a moment we are flying. Then Dad's lucky cap flies off in the wake, and as quick as that, he's thrown me overboard. Shock of cold water, I gasp and paddle chin up, serving a full moon as I'd lost my trunks. Dad tacks, throws a rope, his hat in my hand, I climb over the hulls back on the tramp. We take off screaming down Carlisle Lake.
So close. So close. But with a dad like that, you might want to try fishing.
Janine, Portland, Oregon. You fish for fish before the mast. I write the news below the masthead of a newspaper. You may lean to starboard. I'm definitely to port. What do we have in common? Our fear that our respective ways of life may vanish. Even a full moon wanes. What can we do? You can buy my paper. I will wish for fish.
– 21 seconds, Janine. And a good point, journalism, where is it going? Buy the paper. Let me get you over here.
Just aim it up a little, okay. Mark from Portland. In the full moon's glow, the sea whispers daft. On the crest of a wave, we dance aft and abaft. Between the stars and the depths below, in the full moon's glow, the sea whispers low.
A comfortable 13 seconds.
Don Pride from Long Island, New York. That's not Willapa Bay, Long Island. All right, here we go. Oh, I got it good. Through misty breakwaters, under a morning full moon sky, I watch the fishers head to Salmon Sea, straining to read the trolling fishers' names, carefully winter painted, astern on now weathered transoms, dreaming of being aboard these beautiful working crafts before they head for home through now non-misty breakwaters.
A fellow New Yorker, 31 seconds. So sorry.
I'm Nancy from Nassau, Washington. Bodie prepositions, full fisher moon. Roll, slam, beam, booner, beam, stern, starboard, bilge, slime line, Jacob's ladder, kings, dungeons, gear shack, swell, block, rack. Seine and skippers, web, skipman, pullers, baiters and brass rings, top house, tender, clam guts, echo. Howl on, fisher poets, it's a full moon.
26 seconds. Thanks for the little reflection. Let's get you started here. Is that good? Yeah.
I think it's good. Hello? Can you guys hear me up top? Heather, Vancouver, Washington. He climbed upon my deck last eve. His mast he swiftly leant. The gangplank endured a waxing set. He disembarked when spent. But wait! No expectation, hammock summer did not expect to swoon, was caught off guard, his anchor dropped, and emerged with his full moon. Thank you.
23 seconds, a little after hours stuff.
You were so mean last year. I went extra short this year.
Just name and where you're from. I can't hear you.
Katie, Eugene. I am lost at sea, aft to starboard, abeam, astern, all a foreign language. For once I see the full moon on the water, I am lost without the sea.
11 seconds.
Wow. Amy Marino, Coquille, Oregon. The full moon leered through smoky sky. A young family tore over the hill, hooked starboard, and saw their home ablaze. Little did the bilge of that night know, the ashes held hopes of other dreams. One of high seas adventures that had lived in bedtime stories from father to daughter. But the slip of a sailboat just large enough for Kontiki-filled dreams sat year on year in the yard. Its hull would only touch the daughter's oil canvas in a harbor under a full tropical moon.
33! But I appreciate that pleading look you gave me. It was a good one. Alrighty, here we go. Name, where are you from?
Thank you. That's great. My name is Bonnie Reed. I'm from the Driftless region. My community is sinking starboard into hands of mermaids. We douse the fire they set to steady what was adrift, mutinous, throwing burning oil astern. To them, we are less real than the glittery fins offering reprieve, our rage illuminated by the full moon. Please welcome us as we learn to breathe underwater, riding downward as our community sinks.
29 seconds. You are in.
Seems about right.
This might be your only chance. I really want to hear you.
Das ist gut.
Yo, I'm just going to try and get the microphone in your face.
I'm Kat. I'm an Etartian. Full moon up on starboard. This tide will soon be changing. Night shapes up, anchors down. Dinner I'm arranging. Fore to aft, she's buttoned down. Today was quite the ride. I'm bedding down right in the forecastle. Full moon, now port side.
17! Also, this person is covered in mermaids. Oh, let me take this one. How is this fearless bastard? Heartless bastard.
That's good, thank you.
Amy, currently Astoria, Oregon. 30 seconds. Last year I had a minute to become a poet.
You're inspiring fishers. I've seen boats and fish. I know port, starboard, and aft, I think. Eaten salmon and crab, but I do not know what it is to fish. Hearing laments on nets and waves in pursuit of the catch, the violence, the calling, the unsurpassed beauty. Your words have been a full moon in the morning sky, somehow unexpected but bewitching and buoying for the day ahead. I am not a fisher, though tonight I've become a poet again, but 30 seconds. Last year I had a
30 seconds.
Taking your job.
All right, Todd, how's that mic working for you? All right, good.
Todd, I'm from Netarts, Oregon. Saturday crossword. 1 down, 5 letters, astern. Abaft. 4 across, 8 letters. Starts with an F. Phase. Full moon. 5 down, 7 letters. Starts with an L. Downwind. Leeward. 3 down. Starts with an S. Ends with N. 6 letters. Quinat. What a puzzle.
Genius method. Replicable for future years. That's pretty good. 24 seconds, you are in.
Okay, cool. Right here? Yeah. Okay. Sure, that works. Taylor from Seattle. 満月の下で釣り船、マグロ切り、下の波が紅に遅くしろ。柱の下、へさきにも下、舵も下、サメの目は白、満月のよう。Beneath the full moon, a fishing vessel cuts tuna. The waves beneath are dyed crimson. Beneath the mast, beneath the prow, and beneath the rudder, the shark's eyes are white, like the full moon.
"34 seconds. And I just want to make a new quick rule. Poems have to be in either English or German. Just so you know. Because otherwise I won't be able to tell if you're meeting the criteria. But that was good. Come on up.
I'm Talia Philippek from Joseph, Oregon. A blue sturgeon moon of sake glass, the way I was the night you find me, my new any minute now love. You say, you are the most tired woman I've ever seen. Bowline me in a woolly blanket, cover my ears and hoist me over your shoulder. I cry, haven't you noticed that when you look at the stars, they all move now? They take our wishes, form a line and march away. Where are they going with them? You windwardly whisper in a chimney puff, now, my sea glass orb of groggy lass.
Some words from the desert. 34 seconds.
I have a punishing retelling of a famous astronomical event. Name is Len from Astoria. Okay. Hey diddle diddle, caught in the middle. The star board no longer gushed wow. As the beauty full moon took a bow, having safely avoided the cow, her rudder just missing his brow. Stern anchors away, ahoy polloi habit that held her in sway each time her damn bovine went leaping, the import of which left her knotted and wishing that damn catamaran with the fiddle stayed sleeping.
You made it, Larry, with 26 seconds, and I just want to remind you that you are speaking into a microphone which amplifies your voice already. We'll just have you stand a little further back. But you made it in. Larry's coming back. Step on up.
Okay. I'm Abby from Seattle. Full moon flipped me to a double-ended life where all I know is water, tide charts, and a knife. I'd forget, no question, the things left on the shore. Fore and aft the ocean, never wanted more. We'll go, don't bother asking. Get you to the sea. I'll have a vessel waiting. Full moon, thanks, I'm free.
19. Abby will be back. You got it. You can do it. Yeah, go ahead.
Tom from Bellingham, Washington. Shine, full moon. If the moonlight on the water is to starboard, chase it. If it's to port, go there instead. The glisten alone is worth it. Just remember to pay attention to where you're going. When you're almost full, find a cove and anchor. Go sit on the bow, dream of being a fisher poet, and contemplate something like, what's better, the smell of the ocean from the forest, or the smell of the forest from the ocean? I know my answer, full moon shine.
Yeah. 26.
David from Corvallis. Storm clouds gather fore and aft, the full moon disappears. Care and safety of my crew, I drowned with strong beers. Follow me and be fishers of sound men, I drunkenly shout in my role as captain. Oh, captain, my captain, the port is so near, my crew responds with poetic disgust and with fear. Then cut away the dock lines, leave safe port astern, I growl at the crew with a salty return. But captain, they respond, disturbed and annoyed, good seamen weather only storms they cannot avoid.
I think he's got like time stretching material in the bag. 28 seconds. All right.
Hi, my name is Peg. I'm a native Montanan. I'm a Ukrainian sailor on a Russian tanker, running slowly into a tiny river port on the Columbia River. Colorful houses scattered up the hill under a full moon. A harvest moon. I am hungry, I am isolated. What lives do these trawler captains lead as they dodge and weave out of the way? Are they going home contentedly to dogs and gardens and worn out furniture? I am not. I am just existing on a Russian tanker.
32. No, oh my God, she's bribing me. Just so you know, no. 32 seconds. Montana, that's cowboy poetry stuff. That's not Fisher Poets. Oh, Robin, let me help you. There you go, darling.
I'm a tiny little petite flower.
I doubt it.
Okay. Robin from Eagle River, Alaska. Winter jewels. Under the midnight sun, the day is never done. Summer has its wonders, but winter has her jewels she hides from fair weather fools. Summer solstice is my oyster, but where is the pearl? No stars port to starboard, no northern lights astern, no full moon forward, rare jewels when there is work to be done. Long shines the midnight sun.
27 seconds fully in. And I just want to say Robin read earlier tonight, and I think she packed the most poems into the 15 minutes. So you definitely also have the poundage highline, you know, credits of the night. Oh, that's cool. He has permission. Can't wait to see what that means.
Byron, Eagle River, my two wives. She's got a full moon astern, and I like her that way. The bow's proportional. She can handle the spray. She rides the waves when I pilot her that way. Her beam is strong. Aboard, I say. Wait, I've been at sea too long. It's time to return to my lovely wife, both bow and stern.
Now that, he could bribe me. 23 seconds.
That's all right, thanks. Jesse Canellis, Astoria. So submarines. Dive, dive, the klaxon sounds. Dive, dive, the prop cavitates. The bow planes descend us into the deep darkness and the depths of the ocean. No sun, no land, not even a full moon. Isolation is our future. No contact with the outside. 100 men go down, and eventually after months, the klaxon sounds again. Surface, surface, and 50 couples return.
"23 seconds and a pair of very fancy shoes." By the way, come on up.
Hi, I'm Miles from Newport. Everybody dies someday, I tell myself, sitting alee of the dunes waiting for the rising moon earlier this evening, wondering if I still have the nerve to crawl out on the jetty to fish for rockfish as I did as a teenager, or if being a parent has made me soft. Ultimately, I content myself with a limit of razor clams and go home to call my children and their mom, who, before every trip, said, "Hey, Podge, don't die." And before every time he crossed the Quinn Bay bar, he said, "Everybody dies someday."
Breathe that one in. Let it land, because it's 38 seconds and you won't hear it again tonight. Powerful stuff. Are you ready? Step on up. Look at your cute little matching outfit.
Is it? All right.
I'm not dissing you. I think you look cute.
Thanks.
Is that HR? Do we have to call HR now?
All right, Stephanie from Port Townsend. There was a full moon in the morning as I woke to my sails a-blowing, ran aft to the ship and not knowing as what to strange light was a-stowing. Was it me mind, was it me heart? It took quite a start. The ghost of past times was I courting. His hands on my wheel, his eyes on my compass, his voice in his thundering light. He said to you, "Yo man, take this hand and we will enter the locker by morning."
You're in. 26 seconds. And to be clear, I am sincere but clownish in my compliments. So if I tell you you look nice or whatever, I really do mean it. I'm not ironic. I am a Gen X. That's millennial stuff.
You can tell me I look nice, Mo. That's cool. Yes! Jesse Jess, Nehalem. I was up all night tossing under fat full moon. She pulls the tide high and belches waste aboard the bank. I splash my kayak late morning as water flows back out to sea. I'm stuffing the back hatch full of plastic bottles, lashing foam across the deck. I've got a shed door tied astern. I don't think I can fit anything else. But I see a flash of color in the distance, starboard of my craft. I stretch my paddle far out to retrieve a crumpled plastic mass. And now I'm up all night crafting a dress from this damn deflated pool floaty.
No. 38 seconds. But thank you for your work cleaning up the oceans and the rivers. Really good. Maybe you can organize the Fisher Poet Ocean Trash Fashion Show. Be a real fundraiser. Our ultimate poet. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let me just make
Andrew Texan. I tie, I bind all day and night, for I lean into the weave, stern face and back, bowed and tired, months past months tying alone. Finally she arrives after so many months, the stories, the laughter, the full moon rising. We like the knots connected, hand tied, there never were stronger. We bind, we tie, intertwined are we.
From Texas. Yes. I need to meet with the judges in the back after this. And I bite your cheek. I bite your cheek. I'm meeting with the judges, evidently. Recite poetry amongst yourselves. Of, you can just turn that country music off anytime. It's good. We're going to do the dance later. Thank you. Hands together for the sound operators, for the Liberty Theater, for the techs. And I can't be here for this poetry contest without thinking of my favorite sound man, Mick, who passed away. He's no longer part of FisherPoets, but he is the man responsible for the dance-off ending for when we used to do this differently, and we never thought it would end, and finally I just was like, I just kept whispering, dance-off. And Ron was like, what's that, Moe? And Mick started playing dance music, and we made all the poets dance instead of doing their poem. And it was a woman in her 60s who won based on her dance. It's still on YouTube. I didn't know it was on YouTube. Also, I can't help but remember when there were 5 poets up. It was when Hillel was still with us, Hillel Wright, who also passed away, wonderful poet. He's such a badass. He like got in a car accident and then still drove here to perform. And he was like covered in cuts, you know? And then he won, legitimately, not like a feel sorry for you thing, but it was like some young, handsome deckhand, John Campbell, Hillel, 2 other young, handsome deckhands. I mean, it's the same, right? Young, handsome deckhand. Young, handsome deckhand. And I couldn't figure out, I just was like, this was when we were supposed to decide as MCs who would win. And I just am like, all the applause sounds the same. Too many engines. So I can't tell if it's louder or not. So this was with Aaron Freistad. We did you had to take 1 item of clothing off for each time you did your poem. And it was so good when it was me and Aaron Freistad as the MCs. Because Aaron's tall, willowy, blonde, gorgeous Norwegian. So everybody thinks a certain thing, I think, when they look at her. And she was just like, you got this, Moe. Because I think they looked at her to be like, you're not going to make us do it. She's like, oh, yes, we are. And we wouldn't have done it. All those men, those 5 men were just like, and you all were doing what you do. And then Campbell just kind of shrugged, and he was like, and he took his, I was going, come on, it's winter. You're all wearing long johns. It was great. They were really good sports. I don't even think I got talked to after that, but luckily for you all, we're not going to do that tonight. Judges are in the audience now. I just want to tell you the last time I went, never mind, I'm not going to do it. You are welcome. Who's booing? Who is it? Okay, stand up. Come on up here. For each poet that I read who is placing, you can take off a piece of clothing. Oh my God, she's gonna do it. Okay, good. Shoes do count. Shoes count. Okay, people in the audience, feel free to join in. This whole thing is just to get Joel to laugh. Where's Izzy? Izzy, where are you? Izzy Cook came in 3rd. Give her a big round of applause. You don't have to come up. You're not going to read. I don't know. So, Izzy Cook, genius. Raised by her mom. She hasn't stopped giving me sass yet. Catherine from Tacoma? Is that right? Where? Catherine from Eugene? Catherine? Was there more than one Catherine? All the Catherines come up. There's just one? There's just one. Get up here, come on. People want to go somewhere and take their clothes off. Oh, yes, Catherine. You did the dirty poem, right? Was it you? Okay, good. Wait, you're still wearing clothes. That's 2 poets. Come on now. If you're going to boo me, you got to, okay. Yeah, that's, yeah. I would call shoes 1, but, you know. And the first place, what is your name, by the way? Michelle, please continue doing interpretive dance. I can't get enough of that either. It is the best. Yes. Is that interpretive dance or are you just dancing? Staying warm? Okay, good. This is what happens when you boo me. You get to be part of it. You're hired. Amy from Astoria is the winner for tonight's FisherPoets umpteenth annual contest poem. as a 30-second poet, but an all-night champion and shy, evidently. Kathy, we're going to hear your poem again. Yeah. Oh, geez. No, you don't. You can take as long as you want for this. You already won. But for as long as you do it, we're going to have, I know, right? No, this is feeling, oh, wow, okay. I think I'm going to get in trouble for this. Don't post this online. Oh, my God. The oracle card was fire. All right, Kathy, just, yeah, she's like, doing the show. I know, right? All right. You're doing great.
All right, is everybody ready? She's good? All right. 30 seconds. Last year I had a minute to become a poet. You inspiring fishers. I've seen boats and fish. I know port, starboard, and aft, I think. Eaten salmon and crab, but I do not know what it is to fish. Hearing laments on nets and waves in pursuit of the catch, the violence, the calling, the unsurpassed beauty. Your words have been a full moon in the morning sky, somehow unexpected, but bewitching and buoying for the day ahead. I am not a fisher, though tonight I've become a poet again. But 30 seconds, last year I had a minute.
All right, Amy. Did I get that? That's the right name, right? You're Catherine? No, wait, Catherine's over there. A big round of applause for our dancer. There we go. We've already forgotten why she's up here. It was because she was booing. It was the antisocial behavior of booing, and now we just see you just wanted a little attention for yourself. We're happy to give it to you. There's room for everyone at FisherPoets. You made a lot of people happy tonight. All right, I think that's it, y'all. Saturday night. We did it. Thank you, Astoria.